Morning, everyone. Morning. All right, once again, good morning. I welcome you all to the day 1 of our second international conference on the emerging technologies in computing, or ICETC 2022, organized by Brainware University, Kolkata, West Bengal, in association with the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, of course, the IFERP. A little bit about our Brainware University. Brainware University Kolkata, part of a 32-year-old leading education group, Brainware of West Bengal, started with the aim of contributing to nation building through research, innovation, and quality education. The Brainware University, established in 2016 as a UGC recognized private state university in West Bengal, offers over 60 PhD, PG, UG, diploma, and skills programs to over 10,000 students on its state-of-the-art, sprawling, green, ragging-free campus. It is the brainchild of Mr. Palguni Mukhopadhyay, its hands-on chancellor, whose acumen and vision have transformed Brainware University into one of the best crucibles of learning in a short period of 5 years. The university provides a well-stocked library with national and international journals, providing adequate resources to the students for academic pursuits. Education is incomplete without sports and recreational activities. Brainware also organizes seminars, workshops, fests to unleash the creativity of students. To tap into their hobbies, students could also join even in this pandemic, the education process has never stopped. The online classes help the students continue their courses uninterruptedly. The Department of Computational Science is one of the largest departments of the university, established in 2016. It offers bachelor's programs along with master's and doctoral degree programs. It provides an extensive program that highlights algorithms and theory, operating systems, computer networks, advanced computer architecture, machine learning, data mining, information retrieval and NLP, computer security, data structure, and various programming languages. The solidity of the CSS department involves high faculty student ratio, state of the art resources, strong focus on undergraduate and postgraduate education, and significance on leadership, ethics, and service. Major achievements of the university: the Department of Computational Science often collaborates with industry organizations such as National Association of Software and Service Companies, or NASCOM, Noida, UP, Nature Technologies Private Limited, Kolkata, Lodestone Software Services Limited, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, Optimize Solutions Limited, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. The department have organized various value-added courses on machine learning, web development, full stack, advanced Java, PHP programming, MySQL with Code Igniter framework, virtual industry, visit an association with EDP Software Limited. Was also organized by the department. It offers online workshops and works in association with IEE Student Branch Program. Now, a little bit about IFERP, or the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. It's one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. Here's a short video about IFERP.
Now let's see. Exam. Virtual background আমাকে সাপোর্টই করছে
My apologies. We are having audio problem with our video. And anywho, let's proceed. About the conference today. This international research conference is a federated organization dedicated to bring together a significant number of diverse scholarly events for presentation within the conference program. Events will run over a span of time during the conference, depending on the number of and length of the presentations. With its high quality, it provides an exceptional value for students, academics, and industry researchers. This event will serve as an invaluable platform to raise awareness about upcoming innovations in various fields of computer science and engineering. The conference will feature online paper presentation as well as keynote speeches by prominent speakers who will focus on related state-of-the-art technologies in the areas of the conference. Benefits to delegates attending this conference: learn and improve skills and knowledge about a respective domain. Engage with people and their works to strengthen your network. Chance of communicating with experts from various domains under one roof. Generate new ideas, refine the concepts, and solve issues associated with a problem. Improve presentation and communication skills. Inspiring and educational to meet academic role models. The theme of this conference revolves around bringing management, economics, engineering, and business technology research areas synchronically on an indivisible platform. This conference will draw collectively research fellowships from diverse fields in unitedness to share the research findings and latest ideas. The main intention of this conference is to integrate interdisciplinary inquiry to deliver the best applications. The conference aims at raising global and national awareness on sustainable development challenges and the crucial role of strong global partnerships and cooperation as powerful enablers of the successful achievement of all the SDGs. Now I'd like to welcome all our college dignitary, Professor Sankar Gangupadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Brainware University. Next, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers of the day, Professor Moshi Vardip, Professor, Rice University, Houston, Texas, United States. Mr. Sai Satish Babu, Senior Management R&D, Data Science and AI Engineering, Mavenir, Bangalore. Next, I would like to welcome our conveners of the conference, Mr. Sandeep Roy, Associate Professor and Head of Department of Computational Science, Brainware University. Dr. Rajesh Bosi, correct me if I'm wrong in pronouncing your name, Associate Professor, Department of Computational Science, Brainware University. Next, I would like to welcome our honorable technical session chairs of the day, Dr. Rashma VK, Assistant Professor, Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, Hindustan College of Engineering and Technology, Tamil Nadu. Dr. M. Mahabub Basha, Professor in Department of ECE, Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology, Hyderabad. Thank you all for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting your expertise with us. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who have spared their valuable time enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees in joining us today. Thank you so much, everyone. And now, before we proceed, I would like to request everyone, please open their cameras for a group photo. Open cameras. All right. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. Hold it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for your cooperation. All right. Thank you so much. And let's proceed. Now, I'd like to welcome Professor Dr. Sankar Gupte, Vice Chancellor, Brainware University. Dr. Sankar, PhD from University of Calcutta, is presently the Vice Chancellor of Brainware University. He joined SDET Brainware Group of institutions in the year 2012. Before this, he was associated with University of Calcutta, Jadavpur University, Vidsayagar University, and BESU, in connection with teaching and research for a period of nearly 36 years. He has 65 publications in peer-reviewed international journals. He has also a number of publications in international and national conference proceedings. Till date, 9 students have been awarded PhD degree under his supervision. 6 from Jadavpur University, 2 from University of Calcutta, and 1 from Vidyasagar University. Presently, 5 candidates have been working for doctoral degree under his supervision. He was a member of a doctoral oral defense committee, Department of Electrical Engineering at Yonsei University, Taiwan, from August 2018 to July 31 of 2019. He is a reviewer of research papers of many international journals of reputed under Elsevier. His research investigation comprises use of optical fiber technology in the field of communication and various kinds of devices. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Sankar Gupte. Next, I would like to welcome our beloved founder and managing director, Mr. Sid Kumar, IFERP. Sir, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Welcome.
Yes, welcome. Very good morning to distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP and Brainware University, it is my great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates, speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, and students all over the globe from different walk of life who go joining here to share this knowledge and vast experience in the impressive second international conference on emerging technology and computing, ICETC 2022, organized by IFERP in associate with Brainware University, Kolkata. Moreover, I honorably welcome our chief patron, Mr. Falguni Mukhopadhyay, Chancellor, Brainware University, patron Professor Dr. Sankar Gangopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Brainware University. Next, I would like to welcome our keynote and invited speaker, Mr. Sai Satish Babu, Senior Data Analyst, British Telecom, Bangalore, Professor Dr. Tarkik A. Rashid, School of Science and Engineering, University of Kurdistan, Iraq, Professor Moshi Waziri, Rice University, Bellary, Texas, United States of America. Next, I would like to welcome our session chair and convener. The objective of this conference is to learn and share knowledge among all and those who have rich experience and expertise in relevant areas of computing. The theme of this conference revolves around in bringing emerging technology in computing synchronously on an indivisible platform. This impressive second international conference on emerging technology in computing would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to advancing knowledge, research, and technology for humanity. I hope you will have the most productive day of interesting and stimulating discussion. I sincerely wish that this conference will be a great success, not only as a chance to share knowledge, and experience in emerging trends in science, technology, and management, but also as beginning of as long as fruitful cooperation and friendship among fellow educators devoted to the most meaningful and worthwhile task of technology, teaching and training our youth who will shape our future. There has always been a gap between people, academicians, universities, and research communities who can make effectively use of technology and those who cannot. IFRP on its way to reduce this gap by organizing international conference and scientific events. IFRP is one of the largest professional association. Is on its way to digitalize innovation process through our professional networking services and thus providing an integrated virtual scientific community, mutual engagement, exploring potential of research, creating a cooperative and collaborative academic environment. Moreover, more than 68,000 plus members and 420 universities and institutes associated with IFERP utilize our service in the field of engineering, science, and technology by organizing and providing international conferences, publication assistance, research assistance, and guidance, professional and institutional membership, international workshop, chapters, guest lecturers, faculty exchange programs, webinars, scientific conference, and many etc. IFRP has stepped in and entrenched a strong network in Asia, Middle East, and in many European countries. While concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better way of education our future leaders. I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you, express our gratitude in your agreeing to participate in this conference. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small talk. To that end, I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinators, executive committee members, organizing committee members, technical committee members, session chairs, national and international advisory committee members. I welcome all once again on behalf of entire IFRP groups and Brainware University to ICETC 2022. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the welcome address. Next, we will move to our next interesting keynote session. I welcome Professor Moshi Vardi, Professor, Rice University, Houston, Texas, United States. Moshi Vardi is a university professor. Karen Ostrom George, Distinguished Service Professor in Computational Engineering at Rice University, where he is leading an initiative on technology, culture, and society. His interests focus on automated reasoning, a branch of artificial intelligence with broad applications to computer science, including machine learning, database theory, computational complexity theory, knowledge in multi-agent systems, computer-aided verification, and teaching logic across the curriculum. He is also a faculty scholar at the Baker Institute of Public Policy at Rice University. Let us welcome once again, Professor Moshi Vardi. Sir, good morning. Or I say good evening.
Good morning to you. And it's a pleasure and an honor for me to have the opportunity to address you in this important conference. We are still not out of this pandemic, which probably for many of us has been the biggest international crisis of our lifetime. I just heard the news, maybe another crisis is starting right now. Let's hope it's not going to be as big as COVID. When events like that happen, you want to stop back and you ask yourself, what do we learn from that? And I want to tell you about one thing that I've learned from COVID-19, which is the trade-off between efficiency and resilience. And I'll explain as we go along, what is this trade-off about? So there's no question that this has been a major crisis. And it is easy to think of it just as a public health crisis. And we all have been paying attention to dashboard and how many cases, and how many serious cases, how many hospitalization, how many deaths. But this has really been a manifold crisis. There have been many aspects of this crisis. It's not just a public health crisis. It caused an economic crisis Here is a newspaper story from November of 2020 in the United States. What we see here is not a huge parking lot. These are all people in their car waiting to get food from a food bank. And this article in the Washington Post says 26 million now say they do not have enough to eat as the pandemic worsens and the holidays near. So people have lost their jobs, they don't have cash to buy food, and they go with the car. They still have a car, they go and they wait hours to get food from a food bank. And because of the sensitivity of the pandemic, other crises erupted. There was a social crisis of the Black Lives movements and major protests around the country. And of course, we had a political crisis on January 6th of 2020. There was what we call today called the January 6th insurrection. A mob broke into the Capitol and in fact tried to kill some of the major political leaders there. And we are very lucky that we did not lose democracy that day. And a big question we should ask ourselves was, why were we not ready for the pandemic? Now, it's very tempting to say, well, the pandemic is a black swan event. You can never be ready for it. But this is simply not true. There have been ample warnings. Here is a cover page of a testimony by Michael O'Levitt, who was the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the Bush administration. And in 2006, he gave a testimony to the US Senate preparing for the pandemic flu. So people have been talking about a major pandemic, and the issue was that today we live in a very globalized world, lots of travel between countries, and what used to become an epidemic can now spread easily around the world and become a pandemic. So why were we not ready? And I want to return us to the early days of the pandemic, March 2020, before we had any measure of defending ourselves. Now we have vaccines and boosters and different medical treatment for COVID. But at the beginning, we had nothing. And the pandemic was growing day by day. And people start talking about flattening the curve. So they said, we can't, the medical system will collapse if we have so many cases. We need to flatten the curve. And the argument was that we're not going to have fewer cases. At the time, we thought about hundreds of thousands of cases. Of course, now we're talking around the world in many, many hundreds of millions of cases. But at the time, we thought, okay, there will be 100,000 cases, but they should not all happen at the same time. Why? Because the hospital couldn't cope with such a high load of cases. And here again, here's an article from April 2020. Nurses are wearing garbage bags as they battle coronavirus. It's like something out of the Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone is this spooky science fiction TV series from the 50s and the 60s. And the issue was that the nurses had nowhere to protect themselves. There were not enough what we call today PPE, personal protective equipment. So they had to use plastic bag to put on their head just to try to protect themselves from the virus. So we were not ready. That's very, very clear. And the fact that we were so unready led an economist, William Galston, to write a column in the Wall Street Journal in March of 2020. And the title was, "Efficiency is not the only economic virtue." And he asked, what if the relentless pursuit of efficiency, which has dominated American business thinking for decades, has made the global economic system more vulnerable to shocks? And he went on to explain that efficiency comes through optimal adaptation to an existing environment. While resilience, let's look at the definition of resilience, the ability to recover readily from illness, depression, adversity, or the like. So efficiency comes through optimal adaptation, while resilience requires the capacity to adapt to disruptive changes in the environment. So efficiency means you adapted to a specific environment, and resilience means that you can adapt to changing environments. And couple of months later, Tom Friedman in the New York Times wrote essentially something very similar. The title of his column was "How We Broke the World." And he wrote, "Greed and globalization set up us for disaster." Over the past 20 years, we've been steadily removing man-made and natural buffers, redundancy, regulations, and norms that provide resilience and protection when big systems, be they ecological, geopolitical, or financial, get stressed. We've been recklessly removing these buffers out of an obsession with short-term efficiency and growth, or without thinking at all. So what is going on here? How come we don't have resilience? So one example is just-in-time manufacturing. So just-in-time manufacturing is a methodology aimed at reducing time for production. So what is it? What is the idea here? The idea here is that holding inventory is actually very expensive to cost inventory, because you have a warehouse, you have to build the inventory, it's expensive, it just sits there, it doesn't do anything productive. So having large inventory is very inefficient. So the just-in-time manufacturing, the idea was, let's be efficient, the part should arrive just in time. The part should arrive just in time. And indeed, just-in-time manufacturing is highly efficient. I mean, a famous example is take the Dell computers, became very famous on very efficient logistics, base case logistics. So just-in-time manufacturing is highly efficient, but it is not resilient. So we have efficiency at the expense of resilience. And indeed, we saw the weakness of just-in-time manufacturing. We saw it again in the period, in the early time of the pandemic. So if you may remember at the time, people went to this is a warehouse, Costco, and people try to go and buy paper products like toilet paper, paper towels, and you see here the shelves are empty. And what happened? The Wall Street Journal had an article in August of 2020, and they wrote, blame lean manufacturing. Lean manufacturing, the same as just-in-time manufacturing. Blame lean manufacturing. A decades-long effort to eke out more profit by keeping inventory low, if many manufacturers unprepared by COVID-19 struck, and production is unlikely to ramp up significantly anytime soon. We've been hearing for the last couple of years, the supply chain, all of this happened because of lean manufacturing. And the same issue happened in hospitals. Why did COVID overwhelm hospitals? Again, Wall Street Journal. Why did COVID overwhelm hospital? A years-long drive for efficiency. Health systems have kept a tight rein on employee number and expanded outpatient care, helping their finances, but making them less prepared for medical crisis. And again, you go back to the pandemic, you see many of the deaths happening in nursing homes. And again, cost cutting at American nursing home made COVID-19 even worse. And again, the industry could have done more to stop the virus. So because of efficiency, we have not resilience, and that caused a lot of death in hospital and in nursing homes. Now, I want to compare what's happening in the business world to the way nature handles this trade-off between efficiency and resilience. And for this, I'll refer to an article in Communication of the ACM, which is the flagship publication of the Association of Computing Machinery, which is the premier society in computing. And what we see is a cover page of an article that was published in Communication of the ACM, and the title was Sex as an Algorithm, the Theory of Evolution under the Lens of Computation. This was a serious article. What was the article about? The article was authored by two well-known computer scientists, Adi Livnat and Chris Papadimitriou, and they asked the following question. So you look at evolution, and you can see, you look at evolution, and there are two things. There is mutation, and also cross-breeding between different chromosomes. So Livnat and Papadimitriou noticed that if you're coming from the computer science perspective, simulated annealing is more efficient genetic algorithms. So the question is, why does nature choose a sexual reproduction, which is close to genetic algorithm, as almost the exclusive reproduction mechanism in animals? So nature could have chosen mutation or crossbreeding of chromosome, which is what we get from sexual reproduction. And by and large, from almost all animals, it is sexual reproduction. What is the reason? Can be a search for efficiency, because simulated annealing, which is just mutation, which is how bacteria evolve, is more efficient. And the answer that they gave was that sex as an algorithm offer advantages other than just efficiency. And what is the advantage? Sexual reproduction yield greater genetic diversity. And when you have greater genetic diversity, it makes the species more resilient. Because if there is some disruptive and environmental change, some organism will not survive, but other will. And that means that the species as a whole is more resilient. So we can look at both efficiency and resilience as forms of optimization. But efficiency is short-term optimization, while resilience is long-term optimization. And nature prefers long-term optimization to short-term optimization. Why? Because it's about survival. The dinosaurs were very efficient. This is Tyrannosaurus rex. He was a very efficient hunter, but he did not survive. And Darwin wrote, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, is the one that is most adaptable to change. So resilience is what nature looks for because it's about survival. So it's not survival of the fittest means survival of the one that can fit to many different environments, survival of the most resilient. Now, what happens in computing? So there is a famous book started written, still Don Knuth is one of the founding figure of computer science, and he started writing these books in the 60s, and he's still now, we are almost 6 years later, he's still working on it. But the whole book is about analysis of algorithm. The definition of analysis of algorithm from Wikipedia, the process of finding the computational complexity of algorithms, the amount of time, storage, or other resources needed to execute them. So this whole book is about efficiency and not about resilience. So let's take an example of resilience versus efficiency in algorithms. So a very famous algorithm has huge impact on technology, on the web, is Pagerank. Pagerank was the algorithm that Google used to rank the search result. If you have several web pages, how do you rank them? And Larry Page came up with this algorithm. And the idea was that if you have a website that many other websites point to it, then it must be an important website. And if you have a website that many important websites point to it, then it's a very important website. And if you have a website that many very important websites point to it, it's a very, very important website, and so on and so forth. And that's how you get the best result for the search engine. And if you're old enough, you remember what search engines were before Google, you got lots of, junk. But when you went to Google, very often the first few results were the best results. So the algorithm was very efficient, but it was not resilient. And very people quickly discover you can fool the algorithm. How? By creating fake links. So suppose I open a Bengali restaurant in Houston, and I want people to find my restaurants when they search for it. I'll create lots of fake websites, and they will all point to each other and point to the website of my West Bengali restaurants, and I will be at the top. And this becomes our companies who do search engine optimization. So PageRank is not resilient to attacks. And in fact, Google does not use it anymore. The patent has expired. And the way Google does it today, the search result ranking algorithm is a trade secret to make it harder to do search engine optimization. Another extreme example of efficiency versus resilience was what happened with the 737 MAX that had two tragic crashes in 18 and 19. So what happened there? What happened is that Boeing decided to use a more efficient engine, more powerful, more efficient engine, but they did not want to rebuild the whole airframe. So they say we're going to put a new engine on an old mainframe, on an old airframe. But it was not stable. So they said, no problem, we'll have an automatic automatic pilot that will stabilize the airplane. But again, they were trying to be fast to market, and they were trying to have it cheap. So the controller depended on only one sensor. And when that sensor failed, the pilots could not control the plane, and there were two horrific crashes. Hundreds of people were killed. So again, the engineer optimized for fuel economy and time to market at the expense of safety. The New York Times call it the saga of capitalism gone awry, because they're all focusing on efficiency and profits. In fact, I can give you another example where computer science, we are not focusing enough on resilience. So here is a quote from an email I received from a very senior security researcher. I wrote something about cybersecurity, and he said, no, you don't understand how it's done. First, somebody build the thing, and it's super useful. Then eventually somebody else comes along and finds a vulnerability. Then security become part of the engineering process. So in short, people build product for features and functionality, and only later they start thinking about security. A survey in 2020 by Tech Republic of nearly 1,200 free and open source contributors finds security below on the available list of priorities. Because security doesn't sell. So people buy software for features and price. So security is very low on the priority. So as a result of this, we are 75 years into the computer age, and we still don't know how to build secure system. You can look at the ACM Turing Award, which are the Nobel Prize in computing. There are 4 Turing Awards in cryptography, which is one part of cybersecurity, but only a small part. We still do not know how to build a secure infrastructure. And it's now not about somebody will steal my credit card number. It's about the integrity of vital infrastructure. We had a case that ransomware forced the closure of a major pipeline in 2020. And there are people who are speculating that Russia may retaliate against the sanction with cyber attacks on the West. And yet, I have to say, I'm a computer scientist, and in my community, people are not saying, oh, there is a crisis, we must stop everything and deal with security. It's like we've gotten used to lack of cybersecurity. And how can we fix it? Well, let's compare it to another technology, which is the automobile. Automobile is just over 100 years old. And people discover very quickly that people get killed by automobiles. So we've spent 100 years to try to make automobile much safer. And they have become much safer. We've reduced mortality from automobile crashes by a factor of about 50. And in fact, we have a national, in the United States, we have national transportation. Please mute yourself. In the United States, we have National Transportation Safety Board. So why is there no National Cybersecurity Board? And this partly because their attitude in the tech industry, regulation stifle innovation. But it's become very clear, I'm convinced that many people believe that without regulation, we will not solve the cybersecurity issue. So now let's go back to economic efficiency, which we saw the issue at the beginning. So we have built supply chain that is very efficient, but not resilient. And if you want to see an extreme case, why were we not ready? The answer was, we're not ready because it was going to cost money to be ready. In fact, in February, just when the beginning of the pandemic, in February of 2020, Trump defended why he cut the budget of the Center for Disease Control in the United States. He said, oh, when we need more doctors, we'll hire them. But of course, when you have a crisis, it's too late to start to try to hire more doctors. Amazingly, now we know that vaccine was the only defense really against the virus. The Trump administration shut down the CDC's Vaccine Safety Office in 2019 to save money. So what is economic efficiency? Economic efficiency means that good and factor of production are distributed or allocated to the most valuable use, and waste is minimized. This is a definition from Investopedia, which is Wikipedia for investors. And if you read on, it says that free markets advocates argue that through self-interest and freedom of production, such as well as consumption, we get economic efficiency and the best interests of society as a whole are fulfilled. So there is somehow an assumption that efficiency will guarantee optimality. Is this the case? Does efficiency guarantee optimality? So if you go and look at, in economics, you have something called the first welfare theorem. The first welfare theorem. And what is the first welfare theorem says? It says under certain assumption, a free market would tend to be competitive, a Pareto optimal equilibrium. So what we learn from this, that free markets produce economic efficiency. But does free markets do they serve the best interests of society? And this was studied by computer scientists in 1999, Koutsoupias and Papadimitriou. And they said, what is equilibrium? There is Nash equilibrium. They said, well, there are good Nash equilibria, but there could be bad Nash equilibria. And the ratio between them is called the price of anarchy. And they said the price of anarchy can be very high depending on complexity of the system. So economic efficiency does not guarantee that the best interests of society whole are fulfilled. So we have free trade does give us efficiency, but it does not give us optimality. And in fact, in 2005, Papadimitriou, again with some other researchers, asked the other question: how long does it take to reach equilibrium? And they show it may take a very long time. But if it takes a long time, you'll never reach equilibrium because circumstances change. Prices go up, there are geopolitical events, Russia invades Ukraine, things always will change. So the bottom line is there is no efficiency. If you focus on this, there's no efficiency and no optimality. So let's go back to COVID-19. What did work with COVID-19? The answer was the internet was a miracle. The internet saved the world because now we are working from home, we're shopping from home, teaching from home, learning from home, seeing doctors from home. So the internet we were able to survive the pandemic because the internet did work. And why did the internet work? The important principle is redundancy. So redundancy gives us resilience. So for example, already going back to the 1940s, people came up with error correcting codes, and error correcting codes leads to resilience. Going back to the 50s, people ask about there was a famous paper about phenomenon about cellular automata, how we have a reliable organism, which cell individually can fail. And the answer is, we have reliable organisms come from redundancy in the machinery. And in fact, now we understand you want to have the banks, you want the bank to be reliable, then you need, again, redundancy of capital. And I won't get into this, but there is a kind of a question, how did the internet, why was the internet developed so robustly? And the answer was the internet was supposed to survive a nuclear war. And to survive a nuclear war, the idea was that we have a communication network that will be very resilient. So the internet was designed to be resilient. Now it was designed for nuclear war. Fortunately, we don't have a nuclear war, but it gave us resilience for the pandemic. So I will now wrap up. In summary, resilience is a fundamental but underappreciated societal need. Both computing and economics needs to increase their focus on resilience. And it turns out that it's not just, we cannot just complain about economists and business people that do not focus on resilience. So I have car insurance. I may have car insurance anyway, but I'm required by law to have car insurance. When every year I have to renew my registration, I have to provide proof of insurance. Why is that? Because without the law, many people will not buy insurance, because buying insurance is very inefficient. Most of the time you pay the premium and you never use it. Hopefully you don't have an accident. You buy insurance to provide you with resilient. But people say, oh, I'm a good driver, this will not happen to me, and they don't buy insurance. The same thing that we're not ready for the pandemic. And now many people are saying that COVID-19 is just a warm-up act for the climate crisis. And when people are saying we need to prepare for the climate crisis, what is the answer? Oh, it's very expensive. It's very expensive. Of course, it's expensive. But not getting ready is even more expensive. And the question we should ask ourselves is, how will COVID-19 change us? What will be different? Farid Zakaria wrote in the Washington Post in October 2020, the pandemic upended the present, but it has given us a chance to remake the future. Matt Simon in Wired magazine wrote, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought incalculable suffering and trauma, but it also offers ways for people and societies to change for the better. And the question we all need to ask ourselves, how will after COVID be different than before COVID? And my hope is that one way it will be different is that we will pay much closer attention to being resilient as individuals, our tech system, and our economy and businesses. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take a quick question if there are any questions. Going once, going twice. Well, if there are no questions, then it's getting late here in Houston. So I'll wish you a good day at the conference, and it's probably time for me to go and get some rest. So have a good conference, and thank you again for the invitation. Namaste.
Thank you so much. I wasn't able to unmute myself. Thank you so much, Professor Moshi Varde, even this time of night, for sharing your valuable time with us. Thank you so much. And now I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker, Sai Satish Babu, and Senior Manager, R&D, Data Science and AI Engineering, Mavenir, Bangalore. A competent professional with 15 years of experience in various roles like data scientist, solution architect, designer, software developer in telecom OSS systems, and machine learning and AI-based predictive analysis. Skilled in big data analytics, data visualizations, machine learning, deep learning statistics, optimization, problem solving, and programming. Expertise is in designing, developing the network fault, performance monitoring solutions, EMS and NMS, and cross-domain alarms correlation solutions with proven open source technologies. Product expertise in smart and watch for net, real-time root cause analysis, NMS engine from Dell EMC. Ooh, good technical knowledge on networking concepts, cloud-based technologies, dynamic network services, IoT, 5G, 4G, LTE. Provide product demos and training to the end users. Work in strategic programs for conceptualization, phase to production delivery and adoption of the product. Requirement gathering, review, and checking the compliance with E2E system designs. Create and review the E2E architecture and designs. Worked along with product manager to define the product roadmap. E2E project deliveries, functional design, development, and operations management. Keynote speakers and gave presentation in international conferences on multidisciplinary perspectives in engineering and technology. Adaptable to new technologies in short span of time and implementing them in real time. Once again, let us welcome our keynote speaker, Sai Satish Babu. Sir, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's my pleasure and honor to be here today. And I would like to thank IFERP and Brainware University for organizing this conference in spite of the pandemic situation. Thank you so much. Title of my today's talk is 5G. Let me share my screen. Hope you all can see my screen. Can you all see my screen? Hello.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. So title of my today's talk is 5G, Open RAN and Analytics. So this is one of the hot topic in industry, and we're not going to do the deep dive, but I try to cover as much as I can. So let's start. Let's have this session a little interactive maybe. How many of you still use landline at home? Maybe you can just send chat message. You can just say yes, no, whatever. Shall I take it as no?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we all know, like, so there are a lot of evolution happened with respect to technology and innovations. So if you just take any domain, irrespective of telco, a lot of evolution happened in last few decades. So we know, like, so without the technology and engineering, we are not here today. We will not be meeting like this virtually. So we need to let's go through the telco space, how we have evolved over a period of time, and so where we are today. This is the agenda I set. So basically, I'll just try to cover how we evolved from 1G to 5G and what is this 5G network overview, and some of the use cases with respect to 5G. And so how this transition happened from DRAN to ORAN. This is very hot topic in industry, and a lot of telcos exploring this open RAN based solutions. And what are the different use cases, and why there is a hype for analytics with respect to 5G. Okay, let's do this. So if you just see this telco, so it's an amazing journey, right? Like, so from 1G to 5G, where we are today. So 1G, when it started in 1980s, I think it's somewhere around 81. So that point of time, it was kind of wonder. So I think it's first launched in US, and it's completely analog-based signals. And if you look at the size of that mobile phone, it's very bulky and low battery capacity. Okay, and when we move to, there's no data transmission at all, so it's all voice based only. In 2G era, I think some of us definitely seen 2G. At least in India, I remember, like, so BSNL has got 2G at that point of time. And I still remember those days they used to charge so much money, even for simple text messages. The 2G, it came 1991. It was first introduced in Finland. It's Nokia's homeland, basically. So first time we have seen that digital signals being used. The speeds we could able to meet up to 64 kbps. So we are talking about GBs now, and at that point of time, 64 kbps is a big thing. And so it was used just for simple text messages and the voice calls. Later on, I think 2.5G came when GPRS technology was introduced. We could able to do some minimal browsing with the help of that, and the speeds were little improved. I think less than around 144 kbps. And 3G is an amazing thing. Lot of evolution happened, lot of research happened with respect to the radio infrastructure side, and also the mobile. You can see that the mobile phones became so compact. So that was the data speeds. We could able to touch up to 3 megabits per second. So we could able to well utilize the web browsing and video conferences we could be able to do during that point of time with that speed. And when I know, like, so Reliance is one which introduced in India at least. I think so. I think they gave like unlimited calls, unlimited data, so kind of offers during that point of time. And 4G is a wonder. So basically, 4G itself, they call it as magic. So mobile multimedia, anytime, anywhere, global mobility support, integrated wireless solutions, customized personal services. The speeds we could able to see speeds up to 100 Mbps to 1 GB per second. So we could be able to see that live streaming videos, unlimited audio, unlimited video. So the kind of apps we have now, we all might be using so much of data for sure. And 5G, so we are expecting 5G still not live, full-fledged 5G. We don't have it live yet, but even the many countries, a lot of analysis going on at the moment. And 5G, basically, they are rolling out in multiple phases. So we are still in the initial phase of 5G. When I say initial phase, we call it as non-standalone deployment and standalone deployments. Non-standalone deployment, basically, we will have the new radio network, which has been deployed, and it's been co-located with the 4G sites. And we don't have the full-fledged 5G core. We will just rely on the LTE's core network to provide services. So basically, we could able to achieve up to some extent of 5G. It's not full-fledged. That's when a lot of work going on at the moment in industry to have full-fledged 5G core. All telcos are getting ready with that, and a lot of POCs and tests are going on. And there is a so you might be wondering, why do we need such a high speed 10 Mbps and 20 Mbps kind of speeds? What is that? Why so much high? Why do we really need that high speed? Thing is, the kind of use cases we have for 5G, they all demand that. Whatever we're talking about, AR, VR, are driverless cars, augmented and remote surgeries, and remote diagnosis. The kind of use cases expects the high speed internet connection. And if you 5G, is it 5G just a mobile or anything else? 5G is not just about mobile. Basically, it's created a lot of opportunities with respect to the business point of view. And there is a because of this kind of use cases we are talking about, like remote surgeries and all, we need to have guaranteed performance of network, right? So we can't have any latency. If some doctor is doing surgery and if you have some latency, you can imagine he's doing remote surgery. So that's when there is a need for guaranteed performance on the quality of experience and quality of service related. And there is a new notion in 5G. We call it as network slicing. Okay, so when we say slicing, so operators will be leasing some of their network slices to these big enterprises, like, for example, Netflix or Amazon or others. So these service providers like British Telecom or AT&T or Deutsche Telekom or China Mobile. So these all telcos will be leasing, providing services, network slices to these enterprises, and they'll be charging so much for that. And at the same time, in return, these enterprises expect guaranteed performance and quality of experience, user experience and services. So that's when there is a lot of demand for data-driven solutions. So that's when there is a lot of hype for 5G analytics, so network optimization, because we need to make sure we should be able to take intelligent decisions based on the current load, based on the data. We should be able to take the network optimization with respect to RAN and core. So that's when there is a lot of hype for data analytics and 5G, and because of this. Let's go through some of the 5G use cases. These are different groups focusing on different aspects in 5G. For example, if you look at this massive machine type communication. So massive machine type communications, so we expect connection density because you'll have a lot of IoT sensors. We're talking about smart cities and smart home, smart buildings. You have a lot of sensors, so they need to get communicated. It produces a lot of data, and that's when there's a massive machine type communication needed. So there is other category which is ultra reliable and low latency communication. This is where we expect latency and mobility related aspects, wherein we're talking about self-driving cars, mission critical applications, which is like I was explaining, right? Remote surgeries and remote consultations, augmented reality, virtual reality, these kind of things. And EMBB, enhanced mobile broadband. Here, basically, idea is to have high data rates and capacity. So most of the things, a lot of work going on in EMBB space at the moment, because we don't have full-fledged 5G core yet. We couldn't touch the aim, whatever the aim we have of 10 gig per second or 20 gig per second speed. That we should be able to achieve once we have the full-fledged 5G core and RAN. As I said, we are still on the non-standalone mode. So that's when, because of these use cases, so they expect low latency and high throughput solutions. So that's when there is a lot of hype for this 5G. And since we have so many use cases, can we still rely on the bespoke hardware solutions? So that's when, like if you see in IT space, so there is a lot of evolution happened, right? Some time back, if you want to run some application on Linux, we need to have Linux hardware. So later on, so because of the computing and so VMware come up with some solution wherein we can host on our Windows machine or any machine, we can just host hypervisors and we can run multiple VMs, which each VM running different operating system, and you can run multiple applications on them, right? So similarly, there is a lot of evolution happened with respect to network space as well. When I say network space, in network world, we will have a lot of network equipment, right? So routers, switches, firewalls, load balancer, WAN accelerators, like that many equipment. So currently, what happens is all these mobile operators, they buy hardware from providers like Ericsson, Nokia, or Huawei, Fujitsu. These kind of vendors, they buy hardware from them. They buy software from them. They also make use of their applications and any enhancement. Anything, so there's a lot of money involved and a lot of time involved. The kind of use cases we are expecting for 5G, we can't take that model. That's when there is a push to move to this cloud-ready model or cloud-native model. So cloud-ready model, basically you will have hypervisor layer, like some sort of Cisco UCS or some kind of equipment. On top of that, you can host all this network equipment as a network function, virtual network functions. Like for example, today I can run on that hardware, I can run firewall. Tomorrow, I don't want firewall, I may need load balancer. I can just erase that, I can just spin that VM and then run load balancer as a virtual network function. And today I want Ericsson's equipment, tomorrow I might need someone else, Nokia's, let's say. I can simply erase that and then install or spin up the particular virtual network function, whatever I wanted. So such flexibility is given. All this happening because of NFV, network function virtualization, and there is advancement. So this is most latest in the market right now, the cloud native model. Here we have flexibility to run multiple virtual network functions, and it limits the option of programming or scaling and well utilization of resources. Just to work on that with the advanced technologies like containerized microservices, we can run this network function as a simple microservice application with proper Kubernetes based, where you can auto scale easily. Today, like so, for example, there is an Apple launched some new product. Okay, so you may see some high traffic. So in typical, so what I need to do is, considering the load, we will automatically spin up some more virtual network function to cater that additional load. Or some World Cup match is going on. Obviously, you will see a lot of spike in the traffic. We will just spin up multiple network functions to cater that load. Once that event is over, you can just scale down, scale up and scale down, things like that. Whereas in the existing world, we rely on this physical equipment, right? If there is some occasion, we need to buy a lot of hardware, make it ready. Once that occasion is over, resources are unutilized. Okay, a lot of money is getting wasted and time. So these technologies will help, and these are the foundations where, I mean, these are all considered when we design, when the 5G network architecture is designed. Okay. 5G network, I'm not going to deep dive into the network architecture. I just want to convey that whatever that software-defined network and network function virtualization, those all concepts are considered when the 5G architecture is designed. So if you look at it, all these network functions, these are all network functions. So these are all running on a parts commercial off-the-shelf hardware. These are all running as a simple microservices. So they're not physical hardware equipments like the legacy technologies, they're simple watchful function, basically. Okay. And if you see this, so the whole idea of software-defined network is even network should be programmable. So you should be able to control it remotely. It gives flexibility. So you can just see here, so we have the control plane and user plane separated. Similarly, in the RAN, if you look at, let me tell you the building blocks. This is our user equipment. We connect via air interface. We connect the radio access network, the towers which we see, and in turn, via the transport network, it connects to the core network, which is located in the data center somewhere. Okay. And on top of this, you'll have multiple applications running related to, it could be your messaging services, voice and data related kind of services. And you have this user plane, control plane, and this is management plane. And the control plane is basically responsible for all this connectivity and mobility related, like user connection establishment, authentication, session establishment between the user equipment and the network. And this user plane, this is responsible for the data transmission between the user equipment and the network, basically. And management plane, this is responsible for managing the all this network equipment with respect to applying some configurations or monitoring these network functions and reporting. So this kind of it takes care of orchestration and management kind of functionality. Okay. And if you see this, the highlighted boxes, MDAF and NWDAF. NDAF is basically management data analytic function, and NWDAF is a network data analytic function. So this NDAF is sitting in the core, and MDAF is sitting in the management plane. So what happens is in the legacy technology architecture, we don't have any placeholder for data analytics. Okay, so in this case, we have special function for the data analytics. These we collect data and then using the artificial intelligence and AI, ML and deep learning kind of technologies, considering the current data, we could able to take some intelligent decisions, and then accordingly we could able to optimize the network. Okay, so that's why there is a huge demand now because of the one I explained, the network slicing and private networks kind of scenarios. Okay, I think this I just covered it. The same thing, simplified version of what we just discussed right now. Our mobiles connect to the radio access network via the air interfaces, and from radio access network we connect to the core network via the transportation network, and we'll have a lot of services running, voice related, messaging and data related service. And when we look at the evolution of the radio access side, like in 1G, 2G, we have this BSCs and BTS, and 3G is when I said like, so there is a change in the equipment, and it is node B is invented, and 4G is basically enhanced node B, we call it as. In 5G, we call it as next node B. So these are the different equipment names which we call it in the RAN equipment, radio access network. And if I go little deep dive into RAN space, the radio access network kind of thing, here we'll have, we all might be seeing this a lot of cell towers, right? So in the traditional radio access network, we used to basically you'll have a tower and you will have some radio units located on the poles, and there is some equipment called a baseband unit. So this is kind of some small box, a small room close to this tower, and this radio units connects to these baseband units via some fiber cable. And if you look at it, so let's understand the current world, this hardware, whatever equipment we are talking here, The hardware is completely proprietary, either from Ericsson or Fujitsu or Huawei or Nokia, or some of them. And the software is proprietary. We need to buy hardware from them, we need to buy software from them, and the communication channel, the interface is again proprietary. And there is no openness, and even the radio units are proprietary hardware. This is the current situation. And so a lot of evolution happened in that space. This is the whatever we have seen right now. Hello? Please go on mute. Okay. So DRAN is what we have seen right now. Later on, there is some evolution happened. We call it as centralized LAN. So just to well utilize this baseband unit equipment, what happened is like sorry. Am I audible and clear?
Yes, sir. You are audible and clear.
Thank you. Okay, so CRAN is basically here centralized RAN, where you'll have BPUs as a pool and multiple radio units can connect, and then that way we will be well utilizing this BPU. But so this is again, so this can be located in somewhere data centers, and we can run them as a virtual network function. The problem is that here, so hardware is not proprietary, but still a lot of dependency with respect to vendors, with respect to the interface part of it, or with respect to, so for example, if I want to run Nokia and Ericsson together, I don't have flexibility to run it. Okay, and so virtual RAN is also same. In case of virtual RAN, we have the model of disaggregated RAN, where GPU baseband unit is split into two different nodes, which is called as distribution unit and centralized unit. So this distributed unit will locate somewhat close to the site, and the CU can, it's not mandatory like it locates close to site, but you can also have it in the data centers. When I say data center, it could be private, public, or hybrid kind of model. And the advantage is, even in the VLAN case, it's not completely open because the interfaces are not open, and you don't have luxury to run cross-vendor solutions. That's when there is a new alliance formed, Open RAN Alliance. Basically, this is it's evolutionary based, so it gives flexibility. They come up with some certain standards, and everything is software. Okay, so if you look at in the RAN space, for the telcos currently, roughly 50 to 60% of their money goes in the radio access network capex and opex costs. So with this approach, so they could able to meet the lines. Like for example, I was talking, right? So in the legacy world, everything is proprietary. Applications and hardware is proprietary. Networks is not. So like if you have this typical hardware, if I want to scale it to cater the current 5G load, I will not be able to cater it. Or else I may end up buying much of hardware and software from them. And inefficient resources, and we will not be well utilizing the resources, right? We don't have the auto scaling and scale up and scale down functionality. Whereas this open RAN base, everything is software, everything is microservices and Kubernetes. We can just make use of DevOps kind of methodology, where continuous integration and continuous delivery, and we can auto spin up and spin down certain network function based on the load automatically. And this way we'll be well utilizing equipment, and we have luxury to use cross-vendor, vendor agnostic solution, and also we can make use of public, private, and hybrid kind of scenarios. And so the current company which I work, Mavnir. So Mavnir is one of the cloud native network software provider. And so the focusing on the vision of a single software-based automated network that runs on any cloud, irrespective. Okay, and currently we have customers from around roughly 250 plus communication providers all over. I mean, all over the world, roughly 120 countries. And this is at a high level. Whatever we talk right now, kind of recap. In ORAN, in the RAN space, a lot of RAN, they simplified the architecture in a way to make it flexible with all the open source, open interfaces and all this cloud native solution. See that radio units, and we just noticed like BBU got split into CU and DU, and there's a new node introduced. It's called RAN intelligent controllers. So RAN intelligent controllers will help to take care of managing all the events and resources. And if you look at this, this is from the ORAN community, this architecture diagram. I don't want to bore you with too much technical. And you have two types of rig, basically, RAN intelligent controllers, near RT rig. This one need to take actions or respond within 10 milliseconds. And and this non-RT rate, it need to take actions within 100 milliseconds. And this is part of SMO, service management and orchestration. And this is where I was telling some functions, right, where we have the data and all. So on this node, it gives flexibility to run your some sort of virtual R apps kind of thing, where you can run your algorithms with the help of AI and machine learning. And then based on the current user traffic, you can take running that artificial intelligence, applying on the real-time data, and you should be able to take the intelligent decision whether to latch this particular user on a different cell or current cell, traffic steering, and capacity optimization. So a lot of use cases. So this architecture gives flexibility to make use of all the latest technologies like AI, ML, and SDN, NFV kind of approaches. There are a lot of use cases around it. Like the one I was telling, the traffic steering and QoE optimization, massive MIMO optimization. There are different AI ML use cases in the space of 5G core and RAN network perspective. With this, I would like to end my session. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity. And I would like to thank IFERP and Brainware University. And I also wish all the very best to all the participants who are going to present the paper today. Thank you. I'm ready to take the questions, if any. I think too much of technical content, but these are the most latest ones in the industry, and a lot of research work going on with respect to the ORAN side of things, where I was telling everything is software, but still the radio unit is still hardware. So that's when some research going on how we can well utilize with the help of software-based technologies. That is one area if someone really want to pick in, get into that research. That's it. Anything, anyone? Okay, I'll take it as no.
Thank you so much. Sai Sadish, thank you so much. And now we will proceed with our technical sessions. And we'll start with our technical session 1. The awaited session of our conference begins now. Hold on. I welcome all the presenters and participants of technical session 1. And now our session chair, let us welcome Dr. Rashma VK, Assistant Professor, Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, Hindustan College of Engineering and Technology. Welcome, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And now we will start. First, I would like to invite our first presenter, Kaushik Chanda, to present a female's use of community network to overcome depression and psychological stress. Kaushik?
Yes, ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible. Please,
Okay,
I'm sharing my screen.
I'm sharing my screen.
All right.
Is it sharing?
Yes, it have it on presentation mode, please.
Yeah. Now it is sharing, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Have it on the slideshow.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Good morning to all. I am Kaushik Chandu, a registered PhD student of Computer Science program under Computational Science Department of Brainware University, Kolkata, West Bengal. Presently working as an assistant professor in Brainware University, Kolkata, West Bengal. Today my topic is females' use of community network to overcome depression and psychological stress. Depression and psychological stress are most common illness worldwide, and more than 264 million people affected. Depression and psychological stress are different from usual mode of fluctuations and short-lived emotions. Response to challenges in everyday's lives, especially when long-lasting and with moderate.
Kaushik, am I audible? Can you put it in the presentation mode? Can you press F5?
Okay. Slideshow. Now it is visible.
So we're still seeing the PowerPoint app software with your slides. Please have it on the slideshow format. And yeah. There.
Now it is visible, ma'am?
No, it's not. You can go ahead and stop sharing, then share it again.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, please.
Ma'am, now it is visible?
Yeah, it's visible. You can continue. Sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, hello everybody. Good morning to all. I am Kaushik Chandu. My topic is females' use of community network to overcome depression and psychological stress. I am a PhD student of Computer Science program under Computational Science Department, Brainware University, Kolkata, West Bengal. Presently working as an assistant professor at Brainware University, Kolkata. My topic is females' use of community network to overcome depression and psychological stress. And the point is that depression and psychological stress are most common illness worldwide, with more than 264 million people affected. Depression and psychological stress are different from usual mode of fluctuations and short-lived emotional responses to challenges in everyday life, especially when long-lasting and with moderate or severe intensity. Depression may become a serious health condition. It can cause the affected person to suffer greatly and functions properly at work, schools, or in the family. It is worst At its worst, depression and psychological stress can lead to suicide also. Close to 8 lakhs people die every year. Suicide is the second leading cause of death in 15 to 29-year-old nowadays by World Health Organization. In the present situation, the coronavirus syndrome 2019, commonly known as COVID-19, is threatening the lifespan of human beings, and it has been declared as a pandemic. Every year, only few people out of millions of people get proper medical treatment of depression and psychological stress. In women, depression can be complicated by biological factors and social pressures. Researchers have started to examine information about women's stress and sadness on community network like Twitter, Facebook pages, and YouTube, etc. Videos for their study, connecting with the public, sharing useful information, and managing one's online presence are all visible in community network platforms. The social norms theory and the agenda sharing theory have been used to conduct this research. In order to determine the types of communications, tweets of Twitter and videos of YouTube that address stress or depression related material for women, we have examined all these things. According to the study, traditional approaches such as physical exercise and yoga are suggested by community network users to relieve stress and depression. Report says that on average, stress level are higher in women compared with men. Females who communicate with others using a range of digital devices are less anxious. There is a link between community network use and being more aware of stressful events in their loved one's life. Various community network sites like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube have become important tools for increasing women's awareness of stress and depression. Females are searching different community network sites for their healthcare related information. Depression is a severe problem that affects both individuals and civilizations. According to Chaudhuri, every year, tens of millions of individuals worldwide suffer from depression disorders, where only a small percentage receives therapy. Owing to reproductive hormones and social pressures, women are more likely to struggle from mental illness. According to the researchers, the primary goals of the work are as follows: to study women's social media accounts related to psychological stress and depression, to investigate community network used by Indian women as a forum for interaction to cope with stress and depression. This study analyzed a number of Twitter pages and YouTube videos in the Indian context for information about stress and depression among women. The researchers have used Twitter users who reported being diagnosed with depression to conduct a Twitter dataset based on standard psychometric measures. Researchers have also used social network websites to measure behavioral characteristics related to emotional engagement, language and linguistic styles, self-esteem and emotions, and antidepressant meditations. The study identifies the empowered people who are depressed to take control of their mental health. Here, the data analysis have also been done based on several parameters like depression Twitter post, user reactions in emotive icons, number of Twitter users, leading countries, etc. These are the graphs represents the trace and depressions reaction of trace and depression Twitter post. Another one's categories of trace and depressions information delivered in social networks and user reaction in emotive icons in social network posts. And this is the age group of women who use healthcare related information worldwide. And first one is that, and next one, type B, is information where the people they take the information, collect the information about the different physical fitness post work related information from the social networking sites, or and not third one, that is the emotional icons represent using the Twitter, that is the percentage, and the comparison. Last one is the compare versus Twitter and YouTube's. The Twitter is mostly accepted by the recent or the moment's recent trends says that. And depression and psychological traits as a major cause of suicidal attempts. So we want to overcome all these things. Conclusion. The first goal of the researchers is to maximize the content posted on community network in related to women's stress and sadness. All over the world, women are growing concerned about their mental health and choosing yoga as an essential tool to relieve their stress as well as maintain their attractive physical shape in long run. The relaxation technique of yoga are proved to be highly efficient to reveal stress and boosting up the immunity power in human body. Women use community network to overcome depression owing to medium's interactivity, which allows women to contrast a counter narrative for their mainstream media, while also receiving reassurance from their peers about their concerns. Community network, both Twitter and YouTube videos are being utilized with efficiency to realize awareness about the need of address anxiety and depression in the female population, which will complement face-to-face activities supporting mental health among women. And these are the references which we used in my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Some basic questions I would like to ask. This is your research paper, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. As per your research, do you think that what is the role of a social support in the management of depression?
Yes, I think it is a very popular platform nowadays. Everybody use mobile phones and they use different types of social network like Twitter, Facebooks, etc. So if we collect the informations from that application, social media, then we can solve these types of depression related illness in the from the women's.
Okay. Okay, sir. One more. How you are planning to collect the data set for your research?
Yes,
for your
ma'am.
work?
Yes, ma'am. For this purpose, I collect Twitter dataset. Now it is available in the Kaggle. It is available in other website also. From there we can collect huge data, and from this data we can collect the user's response, user emotive icons, and users comments from various tweets. So if we collect these tweets and put it into the put some logic on it, then we can easily identify who are the mostly affected person, a mostly affected depressive person.
Okay, sir. Do you plan to use any algorithms for sorting this
Yes, ma'am.
information?
Yes, ma'am.
Collected?
Usually we will try to implement machine learning on it. So using machine learning algorithm, we can collect all these measures from this
Can you
data
suggest
set.
some machine learning algorithms which are planning to do for your research work?
Sir, ma'am, I am trying to implement with SVM and KN.
SVM
And ma'am, SVM and then is mostly I use SVM, ma'am.
okay. Why you
I'm
have
trying to,
chosen
I'm trying to,
SVM?
now it is in progress. I'm trying to
Okay.
implement the SVM. Okay, ma'am. Then the others
Okay.
I will try later.
Okay,
It
sir.
is in
Fine.
initial steps. I will trying with SVM, ma'am. It is in under
Okay.
process.
Okay. Fine. Good work, sir. And one more basic question. Since it is purely with social media,
Yeah.
does social media influence the manifestation of depression?
Please repeat, ma'am.
Does social media will influence the manifestation of depression? I mean, as per your research, you can suggest that, right, if people who limit their time on social media tend to be happier than those who don't, right?
Yes.
So according to your study, which I understood is that it may trigger an array of negative emotions in our users, so that it might have worsened the symptoms of depression.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay. So you are in the initial stage of your work, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All the best for further
Okay.
work.
Thank
Thank you
you,
so
ma'am.
much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, I would like to invite Shrabanti Chakraborty to present judgment phase of lockdown due to the third wave in India during the COVID-19. Shrabanti? Next, I would like to invite Shrabanti Chakraborty to present judgment phase of lockdown due to the third wave in India during COVID-19. All right. Next, I would like to invite Samdeep Das to present sustainable student engagement in online learning environment using machine learning. Samdeep, you're on mute.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Yes, go ahead. Share your screen, please.
Yes. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Samdeep, go ahead and share your screen, please.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Visible. You can start your presentation.
Yes. So this is student Kumdeep Das, and my topic of presentation is sustainable student engagement in online learning environment using machine learning. And I am a PhD scholar in the Department of Computational Science, Brainware University, and my supervisors are Dr. Pinaki Pratham Acharya, Dr. Hiranmay Mandal, and Dr. Mopananand. And this is the abstract of my presentation and topic, and which is mainly focused on the sustainable engagement of students in the online learning environment, and which is a compulsion, which has become a compulsion in the recent time, post-COVID as well as pre-COVID. It has emerged as a hype and a necessity of our education system, and also during the pandemic time it has gained a popularity, and the only way to populate education. So starting with the introduction of online learning system, this is a rapidly evolving system which is gaining pace in the recent times, and pandemic and this COVID-19 has enforced this system and popularized the system among the common people also, and starting from this higher education to the kindergarten and ICT level, all the levels of ICT levels. And this is the impact of global global education during the COVID time. We can see from this graph that how much it has affected the global education system during this pandemic times. So we are just moving on and adopting this online education system, but the main challenge is that the sustainability and of the student in this online phase, because this is a newly adapted system, and we are very much not familiar with this system, and we are adopting gradually. So our objective of this research is to predict whether the student will be continue in this in an course or online learning in a particular course, or they will drop from that course, because it has been observed that students are enrolling themselves in online learning, online courses in the online learning environment, but they are not sustaining, they are not continuing the course, but in between they are dropping down. But this is the main challenge of our study, and we are we are collecting the data from the virtual learning environment log data and trying to predict the students who are at risk, so that they can be sustained and their difficulties can be resolved prior to their dropping down from that course, and they can continue the course and complete it. So we have gone through, we have done a huge literatures and studied them, and found that our scope of this literature survey was adjacent to this COVID time. That means during 2019 to 2021 and 22 respectively, so that we can identify the what are the recent challenges and what are the psychology is going through among the students while adopting the online learning. And the methodology what we have adopted, it is a general methodology to adopt this machine learning approach, so that we can understand the various aspects and various features and identify those features and utilize those in machine learning algorithms of this online learning behaviors. So this is the basic methodology we have adopted. We have collected the data from the educational data mining, which is connected to the learning management system and gathered that one. And all those lag data has been collected in such a way that the continuing course has not been affected. And this has been this data has been collected from the Open University Forum of 24,792. And while processing the data, we can identify various demographic and the demographic features of the students who are continuing their online courses, their involvement in the courses, and how they are whether they are completing the courses or not. So from after collecting the courses and the features, we need to correlate the variables. So here, what the very much common features which are correlated in almost all the virtual learning environment, and the research done by the researchers, we found this correlation variable matrix. So after going through this, we find the we can correlate this basic features which can be identified for feeding into the machine learning algorithms. Furthermore, the features selected for this predictive models are the number of total clicks during the courses, and this is a very simple thing, but this will depict all the conditions of our students' involvement in a particular course or a class. And the second is the number of total activities completed. So from the graph we can see, and in the graph we can see this, there are modules or the course names are given by A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. We have tried to specify it in a generalized way. We have not given any particular subject name or a course name, but we have generalized it with the alphabet A, B, C, and D. So the density, we can see the total number of activities completed. So in an online course, we have the dashboard available with us. So from there, we can see this log data. We can collect that how many clicks they have done. That means this clicks, each and every clicks in this dashboard is interpreted in the activities they are involved, and also the activities they have completed, we can see from the second graph. And the third most important thing is the withdrawal dates, where we can find where we can find that the available dates and the inclination dates. Particular dates means the it is adjacent to the examination date, whether before the examination or the evaluation time, where basically the students are going to withdraw because of their difficulties what they are facing. But the challenge is that they are not able to cope up with these difficulties because there is no human interaction. Then the next is the completion rate of the course. This is a very simple thing. It is available in almost all the studies, that how many students are completing their each of the course. From this graph, we can understand that all the courses are not having this same completion time. So for evaluation, all this we are adopting the general way of machine learning evaluation. This is the confusion matrix. We have this evaluation matrix, this parameters like accuracy, precision. Yes, ma'am. And we have adopted 5 various machine learning algorithms, which are the shallow machine learning algorithms like logistic regression, k-nearing neighbor, decision tree, random forest, and we have also experimented with this extreme gradient boosting. So in all the cases, we have the average accuracy we have found is 77% in the shallow models. Again, to furthermore augment this result, we have tried to adopt a 10-layer deep neural network furthermore, and we are working on it till date. This predictor result is also the 77% accuracy. So this what till now, what we have we have worked on the shallow models, which we have already completed, and and ongoing the research on the experiments with the deep neural networking. This accuracy is almost the same, 77%. These are the references which I have taken. And thank you very much to all the dignitaries and all the respective guests present in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, you are, madam.
Should I stop
Okay.
sharing, ma'am?
Yeah, you can stop sharing. I'll just ask some questions which is related to your research work.
Yes,
Some
ma'am.
survey, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Normally, whether it is possible to classify a student as actively engaged or passively engaged or not engaged based on the student activities in your work? Because it's an online mode of study, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
according to that, as per your research point of view, whether you are able to classify the student as an actively engaged one or passively engaged or not engaged, can you, are you planning to do, or whether you have done any survey on that?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I have tried to that one. This number of clicks and this dashboard log data I have captured. So few of the concerned what you are mentioning has already been captured, ma'am.
Okay, good, good, good. Which machine learning classification algorithm among what you plan to, or what you have used for your research?
Ma'am, logistic regression, k-nearest neighbor and decision tree was the main, but these are the common one. I just tried to implement one more algorithm in the shallow algorithms, that is extreme gradient boosting.
Okay. Why
And then
you have chosen that algorithm?
Madam, what I am facing some problem in scaling the features, because there are lots of features from the data set I am gathering. So these common algorithms. Sorry, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah.
Yes. From this common algorithms, I am facing one problem, that scaling I am not able to do. So from correlate the features. So I have tried to do this extended gradient booster algorithm, and then when I found that all these algorithms are having almost the same accuracy, which should actually should be more than 75%, but I am getting 77%. It's okay, but I further more I wanted to enhance this accuracy. So trying to augment this accuracy, I have tried to this deep neural network algorithm also. So I'm working on it. Till now, I have got this 77% accuracy.
Okay, fine, fine. For model evaluation, that is the
Yes.
performance of the machine learning models is normally measured using the matrices which you have used for your survey, right? For your
Right, ma'am. Right,
research work, such
right.
as precision, accuracy, recall, and F1 score.
Right,
So, what is the meaning of this precision? Why you have chosen this precision? What it represents?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the precision represents what?
It can be defined at the number of correct outputs provided by the model, or
Yeah,
we
it
can
means
say
the
that
precision will
we can say that out of all positive classes that we have predicted correctly by the model. So from that means the true positive, the formula we all know, madam, that is true positive by the true positive plus false positive. It's
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the precision will represent the classifier predictive power. Am I right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And if we are asking about accuracy, what it will represent?
Accuracy, the general thing is that the how often the model predicts the correct output, we can say, ma'am.
Yeah, the accuracy will represent the
classification accuracy.
classifier's effectiveness.
Yes,
classify as
effectiveness.
effectiveness.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Similarly, if we are taking recall, it will represent the classifier sensitivity. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And if it is F1 score,
F1 is called, it is a comparison of two models if we have. So one is having low precision and one is having high high recall, or the vice versa thing. So it is difficult to compare the models. So for this,
in short, F1 score means it will convey the balance between the recall and the precision. We can say
yes, ma'am.
like that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Exactly, exactly, ma'am. Exactly.
Okay, fine. All the best for your further work. Thank you.
Thank you so
Good
much, ma'am.
presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now I would like to invite our next presenter, Somnath Barman, to present Introduction of Blended Learning in Indian Colleges. Somnath?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Have it.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, perfect. Go ahead. Have it on presentation mode again, please. There you go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Somnath Barman and I am a student of MCA from Brainware University. Is now going to represent a topic which is Introduction of Blended Learning in Indian Colleges. So the abstract of my research is blended learning is generally applied to the practice of using both online and in-person learning experience when teaching students. It is also called hybrid learning and mixed mode learning. So blended learning experiences may vary widely in execution from schools to colleges and universities. So keeping in mind the current situation, the UGC is drafting a concept note on a blended learning of teaching and learning in universities and colleges. So in this research, in this PPT, I will be telling you about the challenges and the solution of this term. So the table of the content is what is blended learning and why, model of blended learning, challenges in blended learning, solution, how to work for blended learning, advantages, disadvantages, and differences. So coming to the first one, which is what is blended learning. So blended learning, also known as hybrid learning, is an approach to education that combines online education material and opportunities for interaction online with traditional place-based classroom method. Blended learning will benefit the teacher as well as student also. So it shifts the role of a teacher from being a knowledge provider to a coach and a mentor. Further, as against traditional classroom instruction, which is teacher directed top down and one size fits all. So blended learning is a student driven bottom up and customized. So these are the models. So there are 6 models of the blended learning as follows: the face-to-face driver model, the rotation model, the flex model, online lab school model, self-blend model, the online driver model. So coming to the next slide, which is why blended learning. So before coming to this slide, I will like to change the slide, challenges in the blended learning. So as per my research, the ground reality is different, totally different. As you can see that the first point is the latest all Indian surveys on higher education 2020 to 2021 reports shows that 60.56% of the 42343 colleges in India are located in rural areas and 78.6% are privately managed. Can this, the question arises that can this college successfully implement blended learning, and what would be the cost of such education? Only big corporates are better placed in investing this technology and provide such learning. So according to the statistics, internet penetration is the main issue in the India, and it is about 45% as January 2021. This policy will only exacerbate the existing geographical and digital divide, resulting in the exclusion of the large number of rural students. So blended learning leaves room for all-round formation of the student that includes the development of their intelligent, emotional, social, spiritual, and physical quotient. So the purpose of the according to me, the purpose of the education is education is that academies does not means that to score good to score good marks and to achieve a good job, but it is a overall development of a student life. So as you can see that there is a particular diagram, and this diagram this is showing that the knowledge is there is a knowledge, teacher is gaining the knowledge and sharing to the sharing to the students and sharing to the students. So in India, the education driven by the teacher-centered approach, accepting these students to switch over quickly to collaborate the technology-enabled learning will be the stressful for them and may accentuate the existing dropout rate in higher education system. So what are the solution for this? The solution for this is that more power in such education related policy making should be vested with the state government. Switching over from teacher centric mode of learning at school to blended learning mode at tertiary level will be difficult for learners. So the next point is that the government should ensure equality in access to technology and bandwidth of the all HEI across the country free of cost. Massive digital training program must be arranged for the teachers. Even the teachers, the student needs ratio, the student ratio should be adjusted, and the university should hire more and more teachers so to implement this concept. So coming to the next one, which is how to work for blended learning. So your first class should be always face to face or at least real time if possible. Assessment should be real time and the choice of F2F or online should be made. There must be multiple times through the class that synchronously conducted, and differentiate your content delivery and discuss method. Keep the size of a class limited. So what are the advantages? So advantages for this blended learning will be that we can access the whole course in a given 24/7 access to all learning content, and one can go process against the learning outcome and receive comments. So it will save the time, and paper provides feedback quickly to each learner, and through it supportive learning network are created that build upon face-to-face learning with asynchronous collaborative learning. So what are the disadvantages? Like I have told earlier, that the internet connection will be the main disadvantage, and cost will be also the main disadvantage, and the presentation of the content should be well designed so that everyone can interact everyone can interact with the content and can participate in it. And the need of the access to electronic device and internet, also the use of technology can pose a barrier. So these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you. Some simple question.
Yes,
according to you, what is blended learning in India? How we are following our blended learning in India?
Actually, ma'am, I can say that all colleges in India didn't go through this term, but I can say that the allied colleges like IITs IITs and NITs have introduced this thing. And according to me, ma'am, I will prefer the traditional method of learning over the blended learning, and that's it, ma'am.
So you are preferring normal traditional method than blended learning. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is your research work.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, this is your project work.
Ma'am, I am new to the research term, so that's why I have started little bit.
Now you are starting with the concept of blended learning. That's all,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. Imagine if you are using this blended learning in your college,
Yes, ma'am.
how it will be?
According to the UGC, they noticed that 60% of the class should be online and 40% should be offline, I think. But
Yes.
but if according to me, if my college implements this thing, then the students who are doing job will be get more benefit from it, and I think that this will create a barrier between the teacher and student relationship.
Okay. In short, if you are asked about what is blended learning in college, we can say that it's a combination of in-person activities and digital tools. You can
Yes,
say like
ma'am.
that.
Yes, ma'am, like something on some part of course is doing online and some part is offline, like that, ma'am.
So, can you suggest some learning environments, blended learning environments?
Environments, ma'am. I can't remember, ma'am, at this
No
time.
issues. We can suggest means blended learning environments because we are using both online and offline, right? Combination of in-person activities and digital tools,
Yes, ma'am.
and the resources which will be designed to deliver the best possible learning experience. That is called blended learning
Yes,
in
ma'am.
colleges. Asked to. So blended learning environments means we can come up with the online mode or face-to-face mode,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So if you are coming with online mode, we can suggest some online courses mode such as MOOC or some SWAYAM portals or
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
it means the instructor may connect with the students for the successful study learning.
Yes, ma'am.
So or some ICT tool or platform,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Good
Thank you.
presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now I would like to invite Paramita Chatterjee to present a review on usability of different learning management systems during COVID-19 pandemic. Paramita?
Yes, good morning. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you. Good morning, sirs and madams. Myself, Paramita Chatterjee, research scholar of Computational Science Department of Brainware University. And my title of my presentation is a review on usability of different learning management system during COVID-19 pandemic. In this paper, my co-authors are Dr. Rajesh Bose, who is also my guide, and Dr. Shubhashish Banerjee, who is also my co-guide, and Dr. Shundip Rai, HOD of the Computational Science Department of the Brainware University. Now, this is a short biography. I am a research scholar, I have told earlier. Dr. Rajesh Bose is an associate professor of Department of Computational Science of Brainware University. Dr. Shubhashish Banerjee is associate professor of National Institute of Technology, Arunachal Pradesh, India. And Dr. Shundip Rai is an associate professor and HOD of Department of Computational Science, Brainware University, India. Now, this is the abstract of my paper and also my presentation. The summary of this, my paper is that this COVID-19 pandemic is a rare viral infection, which is extremely communicable, especially from individual to individual. This sickness eventually spreads over the world, killing many people and causing economic, educational, and societal collapse. Many educational institutions have relocated classroom instruction online for the time being due to mounting concerns over COVID-19. This is an attempt to prevent the virus from spreading to children, and teachers, educators, administrators, students, and families will all face obstacles as a result of this transformation. The learning's major goal is to look at how socio-demographic and other factors influence attitudes for giving online courses during the COVID-19 outbreak lockdown. So, content for online learning and learning management system. These two things are correlated, and these two things are playing very important role in study in case of COVID-19 pandemic period to communicate between teachers and students. Content for online learning is provided in a variety of formats: text, images, audio, etc. There is a plethora of web tools available for delivering online lessons. Subscribing to such online services is dependent on the resources available to the company. Each one of these techniques has its own set of pros and cons in level of protection, cost, and geographical features. So this table compares and contrasts the cost and security of a few different technologies which are very relevant in the pandemic period for online learning and learning management system. Now, a comparable system or platform for online examination evaluation is required for a fully functional online classroom. Many of these platforms can be found on the web. Organizations must evaluate the different systems and select the best system that meets their needs while taking into the account the model's cost and security. The comparison of several online examination tools is depicted in this table. That is TC Exam, VirtualX, Moodle, FlexiQuiz, EdBase. Now, also there are some technological burdens of this online learning. A smart knowledge management system and learning management system relating software development are important keys to increase the desire for self-direction. It has been demonstrated that when multimedia tools are used in the classroom, kids learn more effectively. Despite institutional efforts to accommodate the use of the networking and communication in teaching, the following issues remain. That is security, lack of infrastructures like computers and ICT gadgets due to the level of poverty, lack of power supply in many regions, lack of political will due to corruption, lack of ICT knowledge or awareness among students and lecturers. Despite of this, there are also some benefits of online learning. That is easily accessible, it's unlimited access to resources, flexibility in learning, sharing of resources is easier, academic collaborations are enhanced and very portable and comfortable. So, my topic is the reviewing of different learning management systems. So what is learning management system? Learning management system is a piece of software which helps an e-learning platform run smoothly. Students learn at their own pace by using the internet as a medium. It gives instructors or mentors a venue to examine pupils by giving them online tests and assessing the results. The focus of a learning management system is mostly on rapidly changing information technologies. Security, appropriate equipment, infrastructure, price, quality, and accuracy are some of the technological challenges that users or learners face. As a result, The user's technological learning is the obstacle. The purpose of a learning management system varies relating to the objectives, online training technique, and intended outputs of the organization. As a result, the LMS to be used is determined by the contributing factors to the completion of the requirements. So the selection of an LMS is dependent on factors such as organizational requirement, availability of suitable tech assistance, and LMS capabilities, all of which contribute to the attainment of specific organization goals and objectives. So when we choose an LMS, the most important variables to examine are business aims, technical advice and features, LMS design, performance, and there is some extra technological help supported by the LMS. There are different categories of LMS licensing. One is open source and cloud-based. These two are very popular. Open source LMS and cloud LMS are the two most frequent type of LMS. Choosing the finest LMS must be challenging at times. Users also choose their LMS provider based on cost, features, and categories. So these tables are depicting the comparisons of these two learning management systems. Now, I am presenting some popular learning management system tool. There is one is Moodle. Learning management systems are either commercial software, that is, for example, Blackboard, Canvas, and others, or open source software that is free to use, such as Moodle, Google Classroom. Commercial software systems are extremely powerful, but they come with exorbitant license fees that most academic institutions and universities can't pay. Free open source software, on the other hand, does not have such a hefty price tag. Moodle, that is the full form is Modular Object-Oriented Dynamic Learning Environment, that is extensively used in academic institutions and universities, is an example of a popular open source learning management system. Moodle is a formidable rival to different commercial learning management systems, and it is often the first choice when a powerful, secure, and comprehensive e-learning system is required with no license fees. Moodle is largely regarded as the world's most commonly used learning management system in both academic and business settings. Now, another is also very popular learning management system, that is Google Classroom. Google Classroom is a fantastic resource for teachers and students looking for a solution to bridge the learning divide in our modern geographically divided society. And this geographical divide is a very important factor in case of pandemic. It's lightweight, easy to use, and absolutely free. Google Classroom is exceptionally useful in terms of understandability, attractiveness, and operability, according to the platform's usability review. While the site is useful for non-academic pursuits, it is especially useful for assignment and collaborative learning. So here is also the benefits of Google Classroom. Now, also, there are some others learning management system. Another is Canvas. Canvas LMS is a cloud-based learning management system that is geared for higher education institution. Canvas learning management system is a flexible learning management system which could be deployed by academic institution from teeny classroom to fully virtual or blended learning environments. That is some online and some offline, which is a nowadays situation. The Canvas platform has everything you need for an online learning management system, such as standards-based grade books, customizable student assessment, course material creation, smartphone interaction, and more. This can be used in conjunction with the school's present SIS and different teaching resources. Another is Kahoot LMS, which enables institutions to enable games, communicate with learners via internet, automate distant learning processes, and manages classes progress via related assessment. Professionals might introduce quizzes or puzzles to increase class participation by sharing reports with teachers or administrators. Another is also is Schoology, which is also a cloud-based learning management system that specializes in content management, course materials, including system-based sharing of resources and others. Users may establish their own website by uploading course material and assignments to the vendor database. Content and lessons can then be created using flexible content creation tools and rich text editor, that is HTML, CSS tools, masked in terms of visual presentation. Another is Talent LMS. This LMS is built for training success. So these are some learning management systems in this COVID pandemic situation. We are all maximum of the people use this. So in the current context, the usability of many LMSs has suggested that cloud-based LMS is becoming the most helpful and updated technology, aggregating the entire e-industry internationally. It is promoting fresh innovation in the current technology-based sector. It is becoming one of the most essential strategies in pandemic, particularly in the online learning industry. However, things are quite complicated with a traditional or established web-based e-learning system because of the investment cost. That is very important. Investment cost, maintenance cost, software updates, expertise, profitability, and other so on the problems. As a result, cloud-based LMS is becoming a more important modality of online learning in the worldwide educational systems. Users of cloud-based LMS systems are free of responsibilities like as installation, managing infrastructure, startup cost factor, customization, or user-friendly. So, in this case, when online education is the only method to keep the entire school system running while the COVID-19 pandemic continues to spread over the globe, it is critical to have sufficient security measures for safe communication and the optimal uses of this cloud-based LMS models. So this is my presentation. These are the references which I have gone through. Thank you, my co-authors. Thank you, my guide sir, co-guide sir, HOD sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. This is your research work. Am I audible?
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay. Whether this is your research work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please repeat.
This work is your research work or not?
Yes, ma'am. I am working on the topic that is the security and usability, enhancing the security and usability of the cloud-based learning management system in this COVID-19 pandemic situation.
Oh, fine. Whether you are planning to develop a new learning management system,
yes,
or currently you are just working on the already available learning management systems such as Moodle, Google Classroom, as you said, or as per your research point of view, whether you are planning to do or develop a new learning management system.
I am also planning for developing a new learning management system with reviewing this popular learning management system, that is Moodles and Google Classroom, and also reviewing the security factors of this learning management systems.
Okay. If you are planning to develop a new learning management system, what will be the consideration, or what will be you'll be considered other than which is already available? What are the new features you will be adding in your LMS other than the features which is already available?
After reviewing the different learning management system tools and the current scenario of the education system in the COVID-19 pandemic situation, one thing is very relevant, that is the security. Security is very relevant. that is the security of the institution or organization who have been supporting this learning management system tools, and also the security of the students end. So the security is very important. And another thing is very important, that is the internet, because the lack of internet and the low bandwidth of internet is very much relevant factor in this case. We have read this in the paper. There are different institution or different portions of our country or others internationally, they have no such type of a smartphone or broadband connection. So I just want to work on this sector, that is a secured and flexible user-friendly system.
Okay, you are considering the features of security, right?
Yes.
Okay, if you're as per your survey, if you are taken this model as a model LMS, what is the security lack you have analyzed on that particular LMS in Moodle?
Moodle is that is the one thing. Moodle is a free software and it's very user friendly. But one thing is very important, that there are some technological hardware specification which must be needed for using this packages or this LMS. So if I don't know if everybody can accommodate this type of hardware technologies. So this is one thing I have viewed this thing.
That is, if you are using this model, just we can compare one LMS, okay? If you are taken this model, major disadvantage is that we can't able to send too many emails, or you are not able to delete some new forums, or a lack of flexibility, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Moreover, one more point we can say that it is not fully developed to cope with big projects also.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
So hopefully, if you are developing a new LMS for if you are after completing a research, you will be developing a new LMS, and in that these features and all you will be considered, and you will come up with a good solution.
Okay,
ma'am.
Sure, ma'am. Sure,
okay.
I will do this.
And for security purpose, do you have any plan? What type of security you are planning to give for your newly developed LMS?
I have to work on some application security on some cryptographic algorithm. That is, I have read some papers, that is hybrid cryptographic algorithm, which are very much essential for this security aspect. So I will work on this, or I will also work on the communication security. To communication between the remote users and the institutions, different VPN, virtual with VPN or and also some online proctoring system to examine the students' exam.
Good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
There you go. Thank you so much for helping for your presentation. And I would like to invite Sharmista Dave to present a systematic study on impact of COVID-19 pandemic upon students' mental health. Sharmista. Again, Sharmista Day to present a systematic study on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic upon students' mental health. Right. Finally, I would like to invite Soma Mitra to present a survey on the recent advancement of fall detection techniques? Sharmista J. Finally, I invite Soma Mitchell to present the survey on the recent administration and the recent advancement of fall detection techniques. And since we don't have any other presenters anymore, let's go ahead and go on lunch. And let us be back at exactly 1:45 p.m. India time. Go ahead and grab a food, guys, and see you after lunch.
দেখছি যে কাউকে একটা পাঠাও না, আবার নেট আসছে না, এতক্ষণ আসছিল।
Hello.
Yes? We'll start with you. Welcome back, everyone. I do see our technical session chair is in. And please come in and we will start. I welcome you all again back to this conference. And we will the next technical session of our conference begins now. I welcome all the presenters and participants of this technical session too. Let us welcome our session chair, Dr. M. Mahabub Basha, Professor, Department of ECE, Trinity Institute of Science and Technology, Hyderabad. Sir, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
We'll start.
Welcome all.
All right, and thank you so much, our Dr. Chair. First, I would like to invite Dr. MD Javeed Ahmed to present an optimized aperture antennas for near field sensing applications. Again, I invite Dr. MD Javeed Ahmed to present an optimized aperture antennas for near field sensing Himanshu Agarwal to present cyber terrorism.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, go ahead, sir, and share your screen.
Okay, share screen.
Dr. Himanshu Agarwal?
I'm trying to share the screen.
Share your screen, please.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Show my screen.
Yes, it's up, but
Yes.
it's have it on a landscape mode, please.
Now, okay, now start the presentation, ma'am. Yes. Allow me.
Can you have it in landscape mode, sir?
Yes, that's my topic is, ma'am. You can see my screen. Yes, ma'am. Now start.
Go ahead, sir.
Start. Okay. Now, my topic is cyber terrorism, threatful purpose, and this paper prepared by my senior colleague, Dr. Himanshu Agarwal, and associate professor in D&D College of Merit, and I, Sarfraz Ahmed, Satyavati College, Delhi University. And my topic is terrorism, cyber terrorism, threatful purpose. Now, next slide is biography. My senior colleague is Himanshu Agarwal, and he is 22 years teaching experience and more than 31 article published. And he is associate professor in D&D College, Devanagari College, Meerut. And I, Sarfraz Ahmed, associate professor, Department of Commerce, Satyavati College, Delhi University. Now abstract. Next slide is abstract. The increasing dependency on ICT has made the world a soft target for cyber terrorism. The electronic interference of all set of information is easy to trace, interfere, and interrupt. Cyber terrorism is an act of crime with a political agenda. The entire global is on the target of cyber terrorists with their political agenda to create a new world order. The facilities that are providing convenience to the title of public laws being used to disrupt the life of many. India is very prone to cyber terrorism. Now there are some portion is a keywords. I use the keyword cyber terrorism, pure terrorism, cyberspace, and cyber securities. Now is next slide is cyber terrorism is a well-defined document term. Prevention of Terrorism Bill 2000 in India to 2021. Interrupt terrorism as the use or threat for the purpose of a or ideological cause of action, which include number one, involve serious violence against any person or property. Number two, danger person. Next, create a serious risk of the public section of the public. Cyberism shows that accessing the secure data through computer resources, next, causing and using computer containment for damage property, next, causing access, computer resources, pertaining unauthorized identify cyber terrorism. On data transmission line or facility and
Hello, dear coordinator. For me, the voice is not audible.
Yes, sir.
What actually going to present? Where I want to know whether it is at my end or for all. There is a breaking in voice.
Sir, we also can't hear you properly.
Yes, sir. There is break in voice. It's not clear.
Okay, now my voice is clear, ma'am? Yes.
Yes, now it's clear a bit.
Now start. Hello. Okay. Now. Now, identify cyber terrorism. Please tell me, my voice is clear? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Now? Yes. Now start again, ma'am. Hello, can be someone tell me?
Are you finished, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Very well.
My apologies. Dr. Chair, do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, start. Can I start, ma'am?
Oh. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Hello.
Next, and malicious code of web to exploit the anomalies in software to enter restricted area, to hamper security and to damage. Now, identify cyber terrorism through start, destruction and disruption of networks, malinformation, appropriate and theft of data, violating e-governance base and privacy violation. Now is next slide is cyber terrorism in the world. There are many attacks in the world. 1995, France. 96, USA, presidential website, and 99, and there are the 2001, USA, 2003, USA, 2008, 2009. So these are the word chart related to the world cyber terrorism attack in the world. Now, next slide is cyber terrorism in India. Cyber terrorism for stand legal commitment, finance, inclusion drive, government is education, activation, and largely operation with the digital technology. It is set up. And for India as forward, the ongoing process of India development is not being digested by many other countries. Cyber terrorism and pure cyber terrorism are easier and have more strong harm motives. India has to come back smartly with these challenges through effective cyber security and punishment legislation, better awareness, safe cyberspace, and alert mechanism. Now, thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Dr. Chair, do you have any questions?
Dear researcher, just let me know one thing. What are the precautions to be considered to avoid cyber security in your work? Did you consider any precautions in your work to avoid the threat of cyber security?
Yes, yes, yes.
Is not audible. I am unable to listen what you express. Just I go through the PowerPoint presentation. It's like a general topic. Just what I want to know is, did you consider any algorithm or did you propose any method of cyber security in India?
I think he's gone. Oh, there, he's back.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Anyone? Any suggestion, ma'am? Reply to me.
I am unable to listen what you convey. If somebody listen your presentation, please ask any query.
Sir?
Some network problem. I think some network problem. I think your side wise not is clear.
Dr. Chair, if you have a question, you may type it in the chat box so that he can read it. All right, I think our Dr. Chair doesn't have any questions anymore. All right, thank you so much for that presentation. And next, I would like to invite Aisha Siddiq Shaheen to present using a suggested strategy for electronic Hajj reservation. Next, I would like to invite Aisha Siddiq Shaheen to present using a suggested strategy for electronic Hajj reservation. Right. Next, I would like to invite Ankita Shirsagar to present a robust approach to detect real-time facial emotions of multiple faces using deep learning. Ankita Shirsagar. All right. Next, I would like to invite Nidhi Agnihotri.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Nidhi. Yes, Nidhi will present design and implementation of social distancing monitoring robot with face mask and temperature detection using IoT and its application.
Yes, ma'am. That's the topic of presentation. So, ma'am,
Go ahead, please. Please.
Just a minute, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible? Anyone please confirm it? Is my screen visible?
Yes, Nidhi. Yes, Nidhi, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you, Pratik. So,
have it on presentation mode, please.
Okay, I'm starting. Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Nidhi Agnihotri and I am here with my group members Kamlakar Srivastav, Prabhat Kumar Biswal and Pratik Raj under the supervision of Miss Mona Devi for this presentation. Our project title is Design and Implementation of Social Distancing Monitoring Robot with Face Mask and Temperature Detection using IoT and its applications. The research area for our project is Embedded Systems, IoT and Robotics. Now, as we all know that coronavirus disease, commonly called as COVID-19, has affected people all around the globe. So our team thought to design a project that helps people in taking the precautions and safety measures to avoid the exposure to this disease. Our project ensures proper social distancing with face mask detection and also checking the body temperatures alongside, henceforth contributing in the declining cases caused by the COVID-19. Now, coronavirus is an infectious disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. These are spherical RNA viruses with protein spikes protruding from the surface, making it more of looking like a crown. Most people infected with it experience mild to moderate respiratory illnesses and recover without requiring any special attention. But the case is not the same with the other groups. Older people and other with some underlying medical conditions like cardiovascular diseases, diabetics, chronic respiratory diseases are more prone to COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused significant disturbances to daily life all around the globe. So, the best way to prevent and slow down its transmission is to be well aware of the fact of the disease and its spreading mediums. Keeping all of this in mind, our team concluded to work on a project to prevent the extraction of COVID 19 to a greater extent, as per the guidelines issued by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, also termed as CTC. Our project includes designing a social distance measuring robot which helps maintaining a distance of 1 meter between individuals, along with the detection of face mask and temperature detection alongside using IoT and its applications. Prateek, please take the presentation forward.
Thank you, Nidhi. Continuing with the description, the robot is considered for the management of queue with social distancing, face mask detection, temperature, and distance between individuals. Addressable voice command is used for maintaining social distancing. Robot checks for 2 meter distance between peoples. If any type of violation is detected, then an alert will be sent to the individual and managers. Nidhi, please change the slide. Yeah. The complete robot is divided into two parts. The top part is consist of Raspberry Pi and powered using 5-volt power source, and the bottom part, which consists of Arduino Uno, is powered using 12-watt power supply. Nidhi, change the slide. So Arduino Raspberry Pi is further connected with PiCam and infrared sensor. Raspberry Pi stores the Python algorithm for face mask detection, and camera is the input for providing image of individuals. Infrared sensor is used for temperature detection and gives the respective output on the screen. And for the bottom part, Arduino Uno part is the further connected with the line follower for driving the robot in a line parallelly to the queue. It consists of ultrasonic sensor for detection of objects and to check the distance between peoples. It also contains buzzers for alerts and motors for providing mobility to the robot. Now, Prahat, please take the presentation forward.
Thank you, Prateek. Okay, I'm straight to the point for the working of the robot. Arduino Uno, who is in the bottom part, that loads up and runs the line follower module, which follows a black tape path alongside with the queue. Simultaneously, the social distancing module is activated. Here, when the robot begins his path, it judges the distancing between two individuals in a row. If individuals is violating the distance, the buzzer warns them, and it does not move until the individuals follow the distancing protocol. Simultaneously, at the top part, the Raspberry Pi executes the face mask and temperature detection modules. The robot is programmed as it stops aside an individual and asks for their temperature reading and look into the camera statement. Here, temperature reading is taken, which is displayed on the screen, and a moment later, face mask detection is also performed. If the person is masked, the robot replies for the mask. If not, the robot asks to wear a mask properly. After both results positive, the robot heads towards the next individual, and the whole process repeats. If we come to the result and implement slide, here on the figure 1, it shows that the volunteers in a queue. Here we detected for the social distancing protocol module to work properly. In the figure 2, we can see the temperature readings of the individual standing in the queue. It regularly checks the temperature of the individuals at a certain amount of time. In next figure, we can see the face mask detection. Here we can see If the person is not masked, a message is displayed, no face mask detected. And the robot asks to wear a mask properly. After wearing the mask, again it is detected to be again the person is detected. If the person is wearing mask, it shows the statement mask is detected. That is the whole working process and the result and implement of the robot. Now I would like to call Nidhi to compile the presentation.
Thank you, Prabhat. So concluding overall, we tried to present a solution which can be thought of to be reliable enough to ensure the minimizing of COVID-19 spread. We have used an open source application along with sensors in the system to reach a configurable and cost-effective setup. Our project uses real-time information and scenarios to process, which is later sent to the dashboard to get required assistance in the queue management following. Our project works at basic level, and we are constantly implementing changes to make it well suited for real-time scenarios and situations. Thank you. That was all. Am I audible?
Now we are open to any type of query and question.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Yeah. Dr. Chair, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Nidhi and co-persons, your
Alright,
title
seems
is
none.
about, hello?
Yes, you're quite
Your title is
inaudible.
about design and implementation of social distance monitoring
Yes, sir.
with face mask and temperature detection.
Yes, sir.
So just one query from my side, to recognize the face, okay, facial feature extraction, which kind of classifier you are using?
Okay. Prabhat, would you like to answer the same?
Sure, Nidhi. Here, the Python script has been applied. Here, what we have done, that we have a database of masked and unmasked people in a large quantity. Means we have 1,000 photos of masked and 1,000 photos of unmasked people. Here, what is happening that the camera took the photo and compares with the both databases. Here the majority percentage, if the person is wearing mask, that the percentage will exceed in the database of the masked person. That's that here that the results come out to be that the person is masked. If the person is not masked, that photo is compared with the database of the unmasked people. It works like the percentage majority. If the percentage in the higher majority for the non-masked, it will be non-masked. If the percentage in the masked people comes higher, then the person is masked. That's how the mask detection here works.
Then how can you justify that your work is superior over existing methodologies?
It's a real-time script, Python script. Actually, it's not kindly. Its accuracy is 96.4% straight away. We have tested it very in a large quantity, so we can assure that it's for the 96.4% accuracy. And the rest of the method which is right now going on is more costly and takes more what we can say efforts of doing for that, and it's comparing to that is more easier to implement and cost effective.
So basically, our
But
project is
in present
economically very
scenario in
effective.
market now, there
Yes,
are
sir.
certain kind of sensors available at present in market which can give an accuracy more than 99%.
So
Sure,
basically,
sure.
our project performs three functions. First is maintaining the social distance. It checks whether individuals are maintaining a proper distance between them. Second thing, it also checks that face mask is on or off on the face of the person that is encountered by the camera of the robot. And the third thing is the temperature detection. It means
Then it's a,
three
okay. Then it's like a comparative study. You can't say that design and implementation title.
Okay. So basically, sir, we have written design and implementation because we actually have a robot which does all the
design mean you have
Yes,
to
sir.
just take the existing one and check what is the specificity, selectivity, and accuracy. And you have your own algorithm in the existing sensor, whatever it may be, the camera. Then you have to show that your work is superior in terms of various parameters. Then only we can justify the title as design and implementation.
Okay.
Clear?
Yes, sir.
Or else you can show that there is a reduction in cost. Or
Yes,
you
sir.
can show that there is an increase in performance.
So that is the thing we are trying to mention, that our project, since it includes all three functions, but still it is economically very efficient in terms of if we compare it with the other projects that are available in the market.
Yes, yes, sir. That's the main point of our.
Try to go for some enhanced study and submit in a reputed journal related to IoT environment.
Sorry, sir, you're quite inaudible. Can you please repeat?
Enhance your work, apply some algorithms, okay, try to reduce the cost, and for the extension of work, you can publish in a reputed journal.
So the minimum cost
if you
is...
feel that your work is genuine.
Prabhat, would you like to mention something about the cost of the
Yes,
robot?
for the costing, the major costing is for the Raspberry Pi, and the rest of the cost is lesser than we expected. But our major cost is on for the Raspberry Pi and the sensors. And the cost, according to that, we have encountered that 10K is the least we have least amount we have put in that project.
So maximum 10,000 rupees, resulting in the various results that we can see.
Okay, okay, ma.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, I would like to welcome R. Uma Maheshwari. To present digital simulation using sensor technology for industrial applications. Next, I would like to invite R. Uma Maheshwari to present digital simulation using sensor technology for industrial applications.
Very good afternoon to another present here. Myself, Dr. R. Uma Maheshwari, Assistant Professor from Department of Electronics and Instrumentation Engineering, SRM Valliyamai Engineering College. So today I am going to present a paper on digital simulation using sensor technology for industrial applications. Along with me, Mr. G. Shiva is also being the co-author of this paper. So here I am going to talk about the Internet of Things initially. So normally when we say miniaturization and improvements in battery life lead to small computational devices that can interact and communicate among themselves with the environment through the internet, which gave birth to the Internet of Things. So Internet of Things is one of the most important, promising and technological topics today. Some market researchers estimate that more than 20 billion connected devices are counted, which has been connected by means of Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, objects, animals and peoples that are moved, provided with unique identifiers and the ability to transfer the data over a network without requiring human to human or human to human interaction. So when you see the Internet of Things, it can be a person with a hot monitor implant a farm animal with a biochip transponder, an automobile that has built-in sensors to alert the driver when tire pressure is low, and this is able to transfer the data over a network. Increasingly, organizations in a variety of industries are using IoT to operate more effectively and to better understand the customers, to deliver the enhanced services, improve the decision making, and increase the value of the business. An IoT ecosystem normally consists of web-enabled smart devices that uses embedded systems such as processor, sensors, communication hardware to collect, send and act data they acquire from their environments. IoT devices share the sensor data collect by connecting to an IIoT gateway or the edge, where the data is either sent to the cloud or to be analyzed. Sometimes these devices communicate with other related devices and act on the information they get from one another. So these devices do most of the work without human intervention, although people can interact with the devices so to set them up instructions according to the data. The connectivity, networking and communication protocols with these enabled devices largely depend on
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, I would like to invite Akila Vandana to present developing a recommendation-based comparative grading tool using gap analysis.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Just a moment, please.
Okay, there you go. Yep. Have it on present a slideshow, please. Then you may proceed.
Okay, okay. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. Have it on presentation mode. Slideshow.
Yeah. Okay. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I am Akila Vanna. I'm going to present my work.
Vandana, it's still on slides.
Sorry.
I'm still seeing the slides.
I have shared my slides, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
Is it not visible? Hello.
It is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I am Akila Vandana and I'm going to present my work that is developing a recommendation-based comparative grading tool using gap analysis. So these are the contents of my presentation. So I would like to mention here that the grading system is one of the most commonly used form to evaluate academic achievement of the learners in educational systems.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. Slides are not moving. The slides are not moving. The slides are not moving, ma'am. Only first slide is showing for them.
I'm sharing it again, sir.
Yeah.
Now, is it moving?
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, that's better. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Start from the first page, please.
I'm on the abstract page. Can you see this?
I'm seeing the abstract.
Yeah, right. So, okay. So the grading system is one of the most commonly used system to evaluate the academic achievement of the learners in educational system. Earlier, the Indian education system was based on the percentage system, but the Indian educational system has taken step forward towards the grading system in session 2009-10. The Central Board of Secondary Education, a national level educational board, decided to abolish the percentage system and made shift towards the grading system. So the factors to be considered in grading system are that it should be impartial and fair enough to convey the students' performance and the achievements. So there should be an approach for the grading system which is trustworthy for the students and the teachers both. Therefore, the goal of this research paper is to develop a recommendation-based comparative grading tool using gap analysis with the class performing graph using macros. Coming on to the introduction, one of the major problems in grading system cited by students is lack of fairness in the grading system. The trust and the non-biased approach in grading system are required for fair and reliable assessment and evaluation. There are a number of researches to propose different methods for fair and assessment and evaluation. However, after assessment of students' assignments, the fair and reliable grading system is equally important. The comparative grading is the process that permits the teacher to assign grades based on the student's performance and the achievements in their test scores. And this is due to comparison between the students with the among them. So basically it permits the teacher to assign grades to the students compared to the others in the entire class. So now the main part that comes is how to justify that there is significant gap between the two consecutive grade points. So this gap calculation in grade points is very important for students to understand their position and get convinced with the grades assigned to them. Sometimes this gap between the grade point comes naturally, but sometimes there are cases where we have to adjust these gaps to justify students' performance. To adjust the gaps, we have to make some amendments in the total marks of the students. Just a minute. Is it visible to you, sir? Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Okay. So the adjustment in the student's marks should be such that the significant gap in the grade is made with the minimum change in the total marks of the student. And there is no shift in the grade of the student from one grade point to another. That is very important. And the highlights of the developed tools are, it calculates the significant gap between the grade points, upgrades the total marks of the student with the minimal calculated difference to adjust the gap without changing the grade letter for the student, and recommends change in the test score based on the test data analysis to balance the gap. And this makes the tool more logical for educational grading system. So the main objectives of the developed tool are to develop a recommendation-based comparative grading tool using gap analysis with the class performance graph using macros. And the main aim of this study to give an attempt to make the comparative grading system more reliable and an ethical system. This is the methodology that we applied to develop our system. So first the data was entered in the system. So the data regarding different test scores were entered in the Excel sheet by the course teacher for the different test scores achieved by the students. Then the total marks of the students were calculated based on some criteria. Here it is shown. In this study, the best two scores of both the main tests that we are calling it class test 1 and class test 2 was best one among them is considered for calculation of the total marks. And also there are some additional assignments, daily home assignments, class assignments, and the attendance is also being calculated was considered for the total marks calculation. So in the proposed system, we have 11 grade points, which is shown here in the table, starting from A plus to F. These were the selected grade points, and the grading was assigned based on the predefined criteria for the different grade points, as we have decided that we will have a difference of at least 15 to 20 marks between two consecutive grade points. So after assigning the grades, the gap is analyzed between the two consecutive grades using the grade gap formula. So this formula that we applied is total number of grade points into class size divided by maximum marks. So here in this study, the total number of grade points are 11. Here we can see it. And total class size that we took for our case study was 30. Maximum marks is 150. So by putting all these values in this formula, we got the value of grade gap as 2.2. That means the grade gap between any two consecutive grades should not be less than 3. So we put this formula for different courses having different class size and found this formula best suited for our tool, as it recommends the minimum amendment in the total marks of the student to make a significant gap between the grades. So the proposed grade gap formula is suitable for the class where teacher-student ratio is not very large, class size, because the class size negatively affects the student's academic performance. The difference in the total then can be recommended to add as in grace marks numbers in any one of the test scores based on the statistical analysis of the test scores and teachers' reasoning, of course, if the gap between the grades are not appropriate and the significant. So these are the results. In this table, you can see the data has been entered for different test scores achieved by the different students in a course. So we have the total marks also shown here for each student. Then the grades have been calculated, and here you can see that in this table we had for student 2 the total marks was 120, and for student 3 it was 119. So there was only difference of one number from grade B plus to A. Now this is not a significant grade gap to define that there is difference in these two students. So we have the grade gap was 2.2. It should not be less than 3. So we added 2 more numbers in student to total marks. So it becomes 122, so that the grade point should not change for the students. So the student who was in grade A is in grade A only, who was in grade B plus was in grade B plus only, but we have also created a significant gap between the two grade points. Now this is for the class performance analysis. So this is the graph which is showing the percentage of students falling into a particular grade gap. This table is showing the statistical analysis of different test scores. So based on this analysis and also based on the teacher's reasoning, the teacher can decide that which test score should get, in which test score the teacher should add the grace marks. So we can conclude that the developed tool focuses on the automated grading system for more satisfactory approach in the traditional grading system, and the developed tool ensures a reliable, dependable, and principled system rather than manually managed and error-prone and biased system. The proposed grade gap formula is suitable for the class where teacher-student ratio is not very large, and this formula can be customized for the large class size also. Using this developed tool and enhancing it more, a system for deciding the test fields that can be modified or adjusted based on some algorithm can also be developed. Furthermore, The class performance data can also be optimized for an improved and better class performance. These are the references used for this research study. Thank you. Any questions, sir?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Dr. Chair, do you have any questions?
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Vandana. Actually, it is related to grading system for student analysis.
Yes, sir. This is for comparative grading system, sir, where we compare the students of course based on their performance.
Is it a tool that is related? Gap analysis is a tool.
Yes, sir.
In what way it is feasible and important as compared to Excel sheet?
Sir, it is a tool where the data is entered and everything else is being calculated automatically. So the teacher is actually, this is to avoid the biasness of the teacher towards any student. So this tool will automatically see that, okay, what is the grade gap between the grade points, and if it is not as per the formula, if it is not the significant gap, then it will automatically add some grace marks in the total of the student, not in any of the test scores, in the total marks of the student, and it will show that how much marks have been added.
Is it open source?
And it will also ensure
Microsoft.
I have not made it an open source yet, but yes, in my university, I have given this tool to use to many teachers, and they are using it, and they found it very good. They are happy with this
on which platform can be suitable?
It will be suitable for every platform, sir.
Okay. Is it like a drag and drop approach, or shall we write any program just to pass the queries?
No, sir. I have given the buttons, the command buttons, so it will do automatically all the things. So you just have to press the button, and it will calculate the values, and it will do everything for you.
Is it a part of your research work, or you are working a woman?
No, sir. It is not the part of my research work. I'm a working woman. My profession is in teaching only. So because I felt that this was a major issue, biasness, non-trust of the students and the teachers on the grading system. So I decided to develop a tool which is more ethical for this system.
Okay, that's all at my end. If any query from the audience or from the co-authors or remaining resource scholar, it's like an open platform.
All right, thank you so much. And
thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Shanmuga Priya to present.
Hi, ma'am, I'm there.
Hi, yeah, you will be presenting a study on shift in consumer behavior towards internet banking services during pre and post-COVID. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. I hope you can see my screen, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon to one and all present here, and I wish to thank the coordinators for allowing my paper to submit to the conference and for the presentation. I like to begin with the heading, and my research area is in the consumer finance, and the title of this paper is The Shift in the Consumer Behavior Towards Internet Banking Services During Pre- and Post-COVID. Starting with the research title, we are 3 authors who are working as associate professors in Coimbatore, and I would like to start the presentation with abstract. this is a bibliography. The two papers which we found it very relevant to our study and which we inspired us to go with the research title. One is the TAM model, which felt as a customer's intention to use the e-platform, and one more is COVID-19 reshaping consumer banking and payment behavior, which is a survey result. Abstract. When you talk about the purpose of the study, why we have taken this research title? When you talk about pandemic, you know how the pandemic has making a new normal and how it has affected our economy. One of the best in our industry, that is banking, it has affected, and there are so many shifts and changes that is happening in the banking industry. So when you talk about this research title, we would like to see how the consumer behavior is shifted during pre and post pandemic. Consumer behavior in the banking sector. How it is we are going to measure the consumer behavior? So many are related to use the online banking services, including mobile and internet banking. But because of this pandemic and the lockdown, many consumers have shifted themselves, whether it is their own wish or it is compulsory to use the internet and banking services. So this was the purpose of the main purpose for why we have taken this research title. And the objective, when you see, we are just going to measure how the consumers shift is there during pre and post pandemic. And the tools used for this research title is factor and mean score analysis. And major findings is that the factors which affected them to shift from the ordinary banking services to online and internet banking services are their considerable advantage that they faced during the lockdown, and their self-perception about the internet banking, and the normative belief that they perceive themselves within themselves for the important factors that felt the consumer to shift towards the internet and banking services. But when you talk about this purpose findings, there is a strong reason behind it. When we were going through some of the research reports, we found that India's banking system has had a very great disruption by increasing the platforms, online platforms and e-platforms. And mobile banking is also, India has been ranked number 4 in mobile banking penetration across the world after the pandemic situation. These are the two reports. We felt that there is a shift in the consumer behavior during the pandemic situation. So we thought of doing why they have moved from the ordinary banking and to the comfortable online banking, and why they were reluctant before the pandemic to use the internet and mobile banking services. The main objective of this study is to study and explore the pandemic impact on the online banking services. And the secondary objective follows the primary objective. Number 1 is the shift in the consumer behavior and the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on the usage of banking services. And the third is what is the important factor that the consumer considers for using online and mobile banking services. These are the primary and secondary objective we have done for the study. And when you talk about this primary objective, with the data collection, we collected 300 samples from our area, and the profile of the respondents and the profile of the samples and the distribution goes like this. Where you talk about, we had a combination of male and female, and marital status also leads to a combination of majority or married. And when you talk about the account that they hold in their bank, most of them hold in the private bank, and 50% hold in private bank, and the less than 50% hold it in the public bank. And when you talk about occupation, we have distributed to 3: student, employed, and the persons who has taken the business. And their annual income distribution goes with 2.5 lakhs, 2.5 to 5 lakhs, 5 to 10 lakhs, and more than 10 lakhs. And the main important objective where we talk about what is their usage of internet banking, of mobile banking and internet banking for purchase. They said that rarely 130 people use it, and often 170 people use it for retail purchase only, but they have not used it for the banking services. And when you talk about the very specific usage of banking services, what are the factors that they consider? And we have given 6 factors for them to use, and everybody said that they agree to use banking services, online banking services, because of these important factors like time factors, cost, convenience, easy to use, security, and reliability of the bank. Meanwhile, we started measuring what are the services that they want to use it in the online banking services. That they said that highly they are using it for the online bill payment and like online booking, online payroll direct where the business people use, and online fund transfer they do it rarely. And international payment they are not at all. They have involved it. And online purchases they did it rarely for the banking services. When I said the very important factor of factor analysis result are this considerable advantage. The first factor we found that considerable advantage. What is considerable advantage? They felt that they are very much comfortable during the pandemic when they used the online banking system. We took the 25 statements and we gave a 5-scale rating of Likert scale where they agreed those for these statements, and these statements are loaded into software called SPSS, and we got the factor loading. These are the findings of the factor. Considerable advantage, they said that they are more comfortable. They have they believe the complete banking transaction, and they can do the banking transaction within 24 hours. And online banking seemed to have a clear picture for their financial activity where they can plan for their personal finance and budgeting. And they felt that online banking is less expensive than the conventional banking system. These comes under considerable advantage, and we named these statements into one heading called considerable advantage. And the next is harmony factor. Harmony factor, they felt that they have learned a new technology to use the online and internet banking, and they are very comfortable, and they think that their life fits into the online banking very appropriately. And they found that whatever profession they are into, their online banking is the appropriate one, and they enjoy doing it online. So, and the most important factor they felt is that the online banking and internet banking system, and mobile and internet banking system, they felt that they can manage their financial affairs very easily. So they manage their financial affairs very easily, that they can go for financial management of their personal finance. This is the harmony factor. And next the third factor we found, continuation of internet banking. As we did, there is a shift. We would like to know from the consumers whether there should be a continuation of banking services or not. And they said that definitely in future the increase of online banking system only will increase, and many favor that statement, and they will add online banking to their favorite links, whatever banks that they are maintaining, and to continue online and internet banking to manage their financial transaction. They are sure that they will do it in the future also. And last, fourth and fifth factor, we found normative beliefs and self-perception. Coming to the self-perception, they said that they feel confident on using their banking services. And when you talk about the self-perception, they said that they could use online banking services even if they had never used a system like before. And one more last factor I would like to very specifically say about as a normative belief. Normative belief, as you say, the name of the meaning of the normative belief goes like this: individual belief to what extent other people are very much perceiving about their influence is what you call as normative belief in the individual. So when you talk about normative beliefs, they said that they will influence their decisions to use internet banking to their friends, families, colleagues, and they think that the decision on using their online banking services is a very critical decisions and in their career also. And most of the people felt that they will use internet banking and they will use internet to do the banking services in the future also, and they will strongly advise others also to go for full online and banking transactions. These are the 5 factors that we found out using the factor analysis by giving these statements to the consumers. And lastly, we gave very important specific data where we took pre-COVID and post-COVID. How many are aware of all these banking services pre-COVID and how many have availed during the post-COVID. So pre-COVID, people said that they are aware of all these factors. Majority of the people said that they know internet banking, they know online booking, ticket booking, online shopping, insurance payments, and utility bills can be paid through internet banking. But many did not avail that services during the pre-COVID stage. But post-COVID stage, they said that they are aware also, and the availed in the post-COVID stage has been increased. When you talk about, for example, electronic bill payment, there was only 154 availed pre-COVID, but post-COVID, 250 people started using that services. So from this table, we are able to see that the pre-COVID and post-COVID stage, there is an increase in the use of online banking services. So after comparing pre and post-COVID, we came to a conclusion that the online banking services has increased because of this pandemic, which is a positive news because of this pandemic, where all we hear about pandemic negative situations. Now coming to the conclusion, after hearing that, the researchers found that when comparing the behavioral changes in the usage of online banking services, the result outcome had given lot of factors that the respondents has given for a shift during this pandemic. Because of this, the banking services also, and the RBI, which is regulating the banking services, has brought some of the regulatory changes in the banking services. Like for example, the trustworthiness of the banking software has increased, and the RBI has infused $6.5 billion further to increase the usage of mobile and internet banking to be used by the consumers in the in their life. So RBI has taken so many measures in order to boost the consumers' banking practices through online. Thank you for the opportunity. Ma'am? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. I've completed my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am.
Dr. Chair, do you have any questions?
Yeah. First of all, I am thankful to Dr. Shanmugappiya for the good presentation, collection of data, comparative statement, and correlation, how the previous and later in terms of previous, pre and post-COVID analysis. But as far as technical content is considered, that what I feel is there may not be any technical contact so that I can ask any query, but presentation, accumulation of data is good, and yes, presentation is also excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. And next, thank you so much for that presentation. Now I'd like to welcome Giancarlo Arroyo to present an enhanced Playfair algorithm with dynamic matrix using the novel multidimensional element in grid sequencer. Hi, Giancarlo. Welcome.
Hi, ma'am. I'm here.
Go ahead.
Is my screen visible now, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giancarlo Arroyo, and I'm here to share to you my study entitled An Enhanced Playfair Algorithm with Dynamic Matrix Using a Multidimensional Element in Grid Sequencer. So let me start by sharing to you my abstract. So this study introduces the enhanced Playfair algorithm using the novel multidimensional element in grid sequencer as a dynamic matrix to optimize security. A novel scheme for character sequencing before substitution for a more secure encryption process is introduced and is added to the body of knowledge. The proposed modification in the Playfair algorithm will pave the way for a robust system to secure information where similar plaintext letters may not have the same encryption value, and the generated ciphertext will only contain printable ASCII characters. So simulation results revealed a 57.88% average avalanche effect when tested using varied plaintext with 10, 20, 30, and 40 characters. As a recommendation, it is suggested to test the algorithm using other performance metrics in cryptography, such as randomness tests and brute force attack analysis. Cryptography is the science and mathematics of hiding and obscuring data into an unintelligible format to secure data from adversaries. It involves two important processes, the encryption and decryption processes. A message is transformed into something that is not easily understood, which we call a ciphertext, with the use of a key. And this key is used to decode the ciphertext to transform it to the original plain text. In the literature, there are many cryptographic algorithms available. Among this include the Playfair algorithm, the Advanced Encryption Standard algorithm, the Blowfish algorithm, the Railfilm cipher, the Caesar cipher, and the Polybius cipher. Among these, the Playfair algorithm is one of the widely used, as it is also one of the simplest to implement but has a robust performance. In the recent years, the Playfair algorithm has remained relevant since it has been used in health and medical systems, image encryption systems, message encryption systems, and cloud security. The Playfair algorithm is a symmetric and digraph-based substitution algorithm, which requires the use of a plaintext, a key, and a substitution matrix. The plaintext is divided into several digraphs, and the key is used to construct the substitution matrix. Now, each digraphs are looked up in a table and then are substituted to produce the required ciphertext. However, the Playfair algorithm suffers problems, and this include its limited key space available, the inclusion of ciphertext patterns, and the inclusion of non-printable characters. These are all traceable to the substitution matrix that is used. The regarded solution to this is to provide a dynamic matrix to allow a more secure encryption process. Therefore, the regarded solution to this is to come up with a multidimensional element in-grid sequencer. So the general objective of my study is to develop a multidimensional element in-grid sequencer to improve the performance of the Playfair algorithm in the distribution of elements in its grid for a more secure encryption process. So my specific objective in this study is to determine the avalanche effect of the MEGS-based Playfair algorithm to assess its effectivity. So this is the conceptual framework of my study. In the proposed, we introduce a new process to come up with a dynamic matrix. These operations include matrix rotation, shifting, and rolling. And this is followed by a crossover operation to produce the final ciphertext. The resulting ciphertext is then evaluated based on the attainment of the strict avalanche criterion. To further illustrate the construction of the dynamic matrix, let's take a look at this diagram. So the matrix operations again include rotation, shifting, and rolling. Matrix rotation involves rotating the elements of the grid by 90 degrees counterclockwise, as shown in the diagram. On the other hand, matrix shifting involves shifting of the elements of each row by an offset value based on the row number -1 starting from row number 2. Third, the matrix rolling involves shifting the grid rows downwards such that the last row becomes the first row and so on. On the other hand, the crossover operation divides the ciphertext into two parts and then swaps all even position digraphs to produce the final ciphertext. So in order to assess the effectivity of the proposed method, we use the strict avalanche criterion and obtain the avalanche effect. The avalanche effect is an essential factor in determining the success of a cryptographic algorithm. It is calculated by computing the amount of changed bits when one bit from the plain text is also changed. The desired value for the avalanche effect is at least 50%. So shown on your screen is the formula to obtain the avalanche effect. At this point, let's take a look at the results of the proposed method. So for the specific objective to determine the avalanche effect of the MEGS-based Playfair algorithm, simulation results revealed that the MEGS-based Playfair algorithm obtained a high avalanche effect of 57.88% compared to the traditional Playfair algorithm with 2.68%, or existing modifications such as the 16 by 16 matrix Playfair algorithm by Marzan et al. With 53.78%, or the I3D Playfair algorithm by Villaferte et al. With 50.73%. So in this study, the use of a dynamic matrix through the multidimensional element in grid sequencer for the Playfair algorithm was implemented. Results revealed that the proposed MEGS-based Playfair algorithm performed best with an avalanche effect of 57.88% when compared to the performance of the traditional and even existing modifications of the Playfair algorithm. All tests and results of the proposed method successfully pass the strict avalanche criterion standard requirement of at least 50% for a desirable avalanche effect of a cryptographic algorithm. It is recommended that future works test the algorithm also using other performance metrics in cryptography, such as the randomness test and the brute force attack analysis. So thank you very much for listening, and I also thank you, the organizers of this event.
You're very much welcome, and thank you so much for that presentation. Dr. Chair, do you have any questions?
Giancarlo, only one query from my end. Okay, it's about Playfair algorithm, na?
Yes, it is, sir.
How can you differentiate 3D Playfair cipher algorithm over cipher black chaining method?
So I did not use the CBC method for my proposal because I did not use the produced ciphertext to create a new matrix. So the difference between my method is that only the matrix is changed, but not using the ciphertext that has been generated in previous processes. So that's the difference between my proposal.
Yeah, what is actually the measurement of key matrix for your work?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you please repeat
Dimensions
it?
of key matrix.
The dimension is a 16 by 16 matrix as well.
16 by 6?
16 by 16.
Okay, okay. And the ASCII characters are 256 or like more than 5?
I only used printable characters, so I skipped those control sequences which are not printable, sir. But it's total of 256.
Did you achieve any strict avalanche criteria SAC in your work?
Yes, I did calculate the strict avalanche criterion.
Yeah, how much it is? More than 50%?
Yes, it is 57.88%.
So what is the novelty in your work? That is my final query. How can you justify your algorithm is superior over existing one?
My novelty is the inclusion of the dynamic matrix, since no other modifications use a dynamic matrix, and comparing to other who implement a certain transformations in their matrix, my matrix only uses printable characters, sir.
Okay, if you feel that your work is genuine, just to compare with the existing algorithm, and you can just do some enhancement work and apply for reputed journal related to cryptography or cybersecurity, which are reputed journals of SCI indexing. You better to present.
All right, I will take note of that, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chair. Thank you so much, Giancarlo Arroyo, for your presentation. And I think that, yeah, concludes our technical session for today. Now, I'd like to thank all who joined for our first day of ICETC 2022. And tomorrow, the conference continues with keynote speakers, followed by technical sessions, and at last, followed by valedictory session, in which we will be announcing Best Paper and Best Paper Presentation Awards, and valedictory vote of thanks session, certificate and proceedings, and more. We request you to join the valedictory session also tomorrow. See y'all guys tomorrow. Once again, this is your host, Jojo. Have a great day.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Was I audible right now only? I was not audible before this.
Oh, you're supposed to present now, right, ma'am?
Yeah, but my name was not called only. I was typing also. My messages are not going, and I was continuously saying hello. I'm not sure if my voice reached to that part or not.
Okay, okay,
But
no
my
issues, no issues, ma'am. Please just stay a minute, ma'am. I will inform the
Yeah.
host and session chat to rejoin for you, ma'am.
Yeah,
Just stay a
please.
minute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sushila Chudari?
Yes, ma'am. It's Chaudhary.
My apologies. My sincerest apology.
It's okay, ma'am.
I hope Dr. Chair is still there. Well, anyways, I welcome Sushila Chudari to present the enhancing the grader, an overview of shortcomings encountered in the online short answer grade.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, should I present because the external has not been added to the conference yet?
Oh, but you've at least called my attention. I was talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have raised your hand or talked like, excuse me.
I tried everything. I was speaking also before that, only the meeting was ended on your part. So no worries.
My apologies. Just go ahead. I think our session chair is back.
Okay. I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Not yet.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Sushila Chaudhary here. The topic for my presentation today is enhancing the grader, an overview of shortcomings encountered in the online short answer graders. So, yeah. My supervisor here was Dr. Bindu Garg. This is the abstract of my paper that I had presented. Reliably informative foundations level lead to various evaluations, which consolidate institutional and non-institutional relentless tests. As of now, online tests and evaluations are turning out to be notable to decrease the heaviness of the appraisal cycle. The web-based tests consolidate either practical or choice-based inquiries. In this interaction, unique-based inquiries and answers are not involved in light of the multifaceted nature and capability of the appraisal cycle. Therefore, the programming applications used to check the dynamic reactions may be more useful for apportioning engravings to the customers right after really looking at the arrangements with an online appraisal. This kind of instrument application system should have a lot of resource informational index, including questions relating the answers. Besides, it ought to likewise have the engravings assigned to the contrasting answers. Simultaneous structures likewise need to check the reactions given by the customers by actually looking at the configuration of the replies. As a postponed outcome of this man-made reasoning-based reason verifier, the evaluator's time and energy can be coordinated with additionally created work proficiency. In the future, this system can be enhanced by adding more features like NLP, automated voice answering systems, online feedback system, psychometric analysis, and many more, which will be useful in the industry and education system. This is the literature review that has been performed on the existing papers related to automated essay grading systems. So it began long before the year 2000s. There were many technologies or many, how do we say, methods that were used to grade short answers or essays. It ranged from going to SVM, latent semantic analysis, novel approach, LSA, KNN algorithm, then using topic independent method, and using the use of unsupervised learning approach began a little later, but that did not produce much results as per as the supervised learning algorithms. Now, in this paper, I'll be talking about a combination over here, talking about taking ML and AI, machine learning and artificial intelligence as the base of my paper to produce a system that would reduce the workload for teachers and faculty all around the world, as well as giving the feedback to the students. So it would be a win-win situation for both the students as well as the teachers. They combinedly form the basis of my automated short answer grader. The objective would be to implement the system based on a supervised machine learning approach, and to implement a system with neural network approach that will give more accuracy than the existing systems. It would be sufficient enough to deliver and provide a platform to educational institutions and help them in enhancing their ongoing or their prevailing teaching methods and grading systems. The system architecture is as such. We'll have a data set that is present in the format of a CSV file, comma separated version file. That data would be skewed data, so then we'll have to handle it for missing values and remove the unwanted data. So it will have to be synchronized. This data is then sent to the module training. Module here includes our classifier, which will have 70% of the training data set sent to it, on which the input data will be tested. 30% of data would be kept for testing data set, and that would be helped to predict the results. The flow diagram is as such. We'll have n number of users. They'll have a login. So the user has two credentials, the login and the password. The user sends input only as per the answers. We'll have a data set that has the question, the model answer, and then on the third column or the next columns, we'll have the user inputs or the user answers. This data is then pre-processed to remove the missing values and handling of unwanted data. Then the further step would be to classify the questions and the answers. Classification of question and answers means that if the question is lying in a what kind of category, like if it is a factual question, who, where, what. If it is a descriptive question, explain, things like that. It will be classified under this category module over here. Answer classification means the same. If only keywords are asked, it would check and scan only those keywords. If the steps are asked, the steps should be in proper order and sequence. Then these, after classifying the answers and the questions, will send this model output to the classifier. Then the classifier would predict the in ongoing process, compute the scores, and that would give us the score computation, which can be analyzed and sent to the users, the students, along with the feedback, depending upon how good they have reacted in their paper or what are the areas that they are lacking on, and they can work on it. The algorithmic approach that we are considering for this model is ANN, Artificial Neural Network. It is a supervised machine learning approach, and by far it has proven to have achieved the state-of-art accuracy. It incorporates the ability to improve the scoring accuracy. Before this, I had also used the algorithm naive Bayes classifier, but I found out that rather than using naive Bayes, ANN has a more compatibility to the human brain. It can predict and produce results more better than naive Bayes classifier. This is an instance of my data set. We'll have the question and the model answers. This data set has been prepared by myself. I have a data set of around 780 questions and answers. And the student answer would be the input by the student. The advantages of this system would be that it can help produce faster results, helps to reduce the workload of the teaching staff, time-bound tests can be effective, and can provide support for multiple languages as well. The applications would be students can have a feedback analysis for themselves so that they can help themselves score better in the future exams. It's used for evaluating marks, discovering new adversarial attacks on textual data. This model can serve as a base for other types of researches and experimental study. I would just like to highlight on this point the adversarial attacks. Adversarial attacks on textual data implies to the attacks that have been sent on natural language processing, NLP. Let's take an example over here. If you have a student answer and somehow the student cracked the code that if he has these 5 keywords, he'll get the entire full marks which are dedicated for that question. But we don't want that to happen. The student must be aware that he must be genuine and he should not detect that anomaly in the system and make use of it for his own benefit. Hence, to reduce this factor, there's a system, there'll be a system in this to maintain the security and the integrity of the system to preserve it from the adversarial attacks. The findings and discussions that led me to this was that the strategy was to develop a neural network based system which would be more accurate than the current systems. And its goal would be to give educational institutions a platform that will assist them in improving the teaching techniques and grading systems. A GUI will be created and image processing must be employed to verify the accuracy of the diagrams drawn. This project just serves as the foundation for a fully functioning grader system. Conclusion and future work. The proposed work is strong due to the response reaction being checked by the AI structure, and it was prepared on a data set of question and answers. Working with a voice response system can be beneficial in a variety of situations, including the interviews, the tests, and the educational field as well. It can also be taught to help with multilingualism. These are the references that I had used in my paper. Among these, online subjective answers and the AI answering verifier, they have led me help perform the gap analysis where I could find that these automated short answering grading systems also need some kind of security that preserves the integrity of a system over here. With that, I would end my presentation. Thank you all, and thank you for the examiner and the faculty to preserve and propose this presentation idea to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Chair, do you have any questions?
Yeah, nothing. It's a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I think no more questions. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for your presentations. And now I think this is the right time to read my speech again. I would like to thank again all who joined us today, our first day of ICETC 2022. And tomorrow, conferences continues with keynote speakers, followed technical sessions, and at last followed by valedictory session, in which we will now be announcing the best paper presentation awards, valedictory vote of thanks session, certificate and proceedings, and more. We request you guys to join us again tomorrow and join the valedictory session too. See you tomorrow.